Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Hey, good morning. Let me tweak that a little bit. Please do not attempt to adjust your sets. I'm not Linda Kenney Baden. Michael Bryant here. As we have flip-flop things today. My problem, my fault. Got a little something I've got to do in the city this afternoon. Hopefully, we'll make it back tonight in time for a little recap. But we'll have to see how that goes. Good morning. I have some milk here, if you don't mind. Hold on a second. Anyway, vodka and milk. It's just weird. Anyway, so today, obviously, in the Karen Reed case, we're going to have the continuing saga of the cross-examination by Mr. Alessi of former expert, and he was an expert, I think, at the time he took the stand. Maybe not so much anymore, Mr. Shanon Burgess. And I thought what we would do before we get into that is we got a few minutes, obviously. I have a feeling if ever there is a morning, or if ever there was a morning in which there's going to be a sidebar before we get to the jury and new testimony, it'll be today. But I'm not sure what the nature of that meeting is going to be. But I've got a couple of things I want to look at with you. And before we get into that, yesterday we were talking about the credentials, obviously, of Mr. Burgess, and so I wanted to look. I was just looking around for some of his stuff from the past. You know, what has he been doing? What has he done? And I found this little clip. Now, this is Mr. Burgess. Some random interview a couple of years ago. Digital forensics. It's called Short Arm Solutions. Interestingly, it was posted a couple of years ago. It had a couple of hundred views at the time I found it. Got a couple more now. So I wanted to look at this just to give you a feel for it. This is the before guy. Just, you know, his demeanor. And oh yes, we're crossing fingers on audio. I think I got the audio figured out. I'm not counting on it.
I think the biggest problem that I see in the industry is, you know,
first of all, are we getting audio?
Syndrome.
Somebody. I just shut it off though. Somebody, are we getting audio? Yes. Any audio? Anyone? I'm assuming we are today. Anyway, this guy's talking about his career, and he is in this interview as a digital and forensics expert. So, but he has some life lessons for everybody
everybody
well.
suffers from it at some point, and then you know, just having that kind of fear to get out there, you know, in your first job, or you know, step out of your comfort zone. And that's something that I did early on, and it's, you know, it's helped me get to where I am today. And it's just something I want everybody to know, that, you know, take that leap of faith.
Thank you, Debbie.
Take that first step, because, you know, we learn a lot through our successes, but we learn so much more through our failures.
There it is.
And, you know,
there's a lesson.
We learn
in life.
so much more through our failures.
We learn. What was that again?
We learn a lot through our successes, but we learn so much more through our failures.
Okay, so if that is the case,
that's how you're gonna progress in your career, and how you're
going to progress in life. An amazing day.
Learn a lot from losing $100 million.
For you. You learn a lot from your failures. So that's Mr. Burgess back in the day. That's back a couple years ago, just doing some random interview. He was in a Dallas office of a different company then 2 years ago. Now he's in the Dallas office, or at least at let's see, check your watches. Is he still in the Dallas office of Aperture? That's where he is now. And I'm mixed up, and I apologize to Linda Kenney Baden. We need to make another phone call. I thought when they were talking about Lake, it was Lakeland, Lakeside, Lakewood. I thought they were talking about the Long Beach office on that street, but it's actually in Dallas, or the Dallas area. That's the office he's connected to, which makes perfect sense because that's where he's from. So we're gonna have to make another call to find out what their position is on this particular employee, right? To see exactly what's happening. Uh-oh, morning call from the dog. Domino has to come in and check it out. Okay, have you seen enough? Okay, he's out of here. So. Thanks, Mom. So it's the morning walk for Domino. So anyway, I wanted to get into that. The other thing I wanted to look at was, if you haven't seen the post interviews, as the gaggle was leaving the courthouse yesterday. This was interesting. It was, first of all, we'll hear from Karen's dad, and then from Karen herself. Again, if you haven't heard just their thoughts, because remember their position. They're right there front and center. Obviously, Karen Reed got a couple of concerns about what's playing out in front of her. But check their demeanor after the end of the day yesterday, and how it might reflect on how the day might have gone for them, right? Let me get to that here. Let me get rid of this guy. Sorry, sir, you've had enough. You're being removed. Let me get rid of this. Okay, then we'll do this. And again, this is, first of all, it's Mr. Reed. And then we have the, where is it? Here we go. Then we'll have Karen with her thoughts. Remember, she was very quiet the other day. In fact, that was the day before there was the questionable illness issue as to whether it was her that caused their day off. So maybe that was related to Mr. Yannetti saying, no, she has no comments today, because that wasn't the case.
You're an educator. Well, you certainly don't misrepresent your academic credentials, particularly when you're an expert. I'll start with that. And I don't know where to go from there. It's just what this state is doing, this persecution of Karen Reed and this collection of actors, witnesses, is just disgraceful. Disgraceful. I'm going to call upon Michael Morrissey to stop this charade. Do the honorable thing, because of what we've seen in this courtroom over the last 4+ weeks now. This is an expert witness today. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, my reaction is that Attorney Brennan represented to this court and to us just last week that he was surprised to get a report on May 8th. That was only shared with us on May 11th. And now we find out from this witness that Attorney Brennan knew this report was coming the whole time. That's the definition of an ambush. That's what just happened. That's my only comment.
Yeah, what do you think of his timeline?
What about the credentials? Anything on his
Do you have any
credentials?
more idea of any more?
It's called fraudulent. It's fraudulent. It's a lie.
Will you be able to challenge his conclusion?
Yes.
Do you think the data was fudged?
You'll hear more about the data. Our case hasn't started.
You'll be able to show that the phone was locked after the backup event? After the trigger event?
Oh, absolutely. It's already been shown by their witness, by Ian Whitman.
All right, so a little more upbeat, and probably for good reason. And you heard Karen Reed's dad, going on and on about the issues with the resume and misrepresenting who you are and what you've done and how you've done it. And it is just painful to watch. Put yourself in this guy's position. Hopefully, we'll never be in that position of being a liar. But I will tell you, having looked at one or two resumes, inflating someone's resume, not exactly a unique issue, but to have it outed in such a way, yeah, that's a little bit unique. Now, I noticed in the chat there, I think it was Deborah suggesting that Microdots has done something very interesting based on an Olivia piece of information. So, that's one thing that's very interesting about this community is the collaboration, man. Everybody is willing to look at this picture, meaning the trial, share observations, and Microdots did a very cool thing yesterday. I'm going to cue up just the very end of it because it's the telling part. Anybody think yesterday ended weirdly? There was a moment where Mr. Alessi was starting to focus on that, the May 8th report that was at the sole discretion and request of the witness himself, Mr. Burgess. No, that was my idea. And then we started to learn that, well, didn't you have a conversation? And doesn't your letter relating to the May 8th report say per your request to Mr. Brennan? Well, that was just cut and paste. I understand that. I understand the laziness, but in this case, it just looks like an admission that you're lying. That in fact, Hank Brennan, reached out, had some direction for you, requested a new report, which we know became the argument in court last week when Hank Brennan said, "Yes, we did nothing. He reached out to us. We never even saw this." And it was just sent to us, and now, well, that was total bullshit, and now we know that, and he's been caught. So this is the point at which Burgess is being questioned by Alessi. And they're getting to the point where he's really about to zero in on what may or may not have happened to result in that May 8th report, which of course Hank Brennan, I never seen it, never requested it, we got it, shared it as soon as we did, all of that. So let me see if I can get this queued up to roughly the right spot. Again, thanks to Microdots. Richie has told us that we can use his stuff if we see fit. So let's take a look at this. I'll rack it a couple of times. He does that as well. But to me, this is so fascinating. And not only that, but completely wrong and aggravating. What else is it? It's unbelievable. How about
Mr.
that?
Burgess,
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line, because it's the heading.
Kenney glances at her watch, clearly weighing whether it's close enough to the end of the day to call it, just as the cross-examination is about to strike a nerve.
And then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to.
She takes a deep sigh. Now, we will play through what she does next once, then break it down.
With regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see it sidebar for 2 minutes on this.
Okay.
What is wrong with this woman?
With regard
She glances at Brennan to see if he's looking in her direction.
to the phone of Mr.
She does it again, now realizing he can see her. She abruptly raises her arm to her face in a sharp, unnatural motion, making one of the most unmistakable signals imaginable. Then she locks eyes on Robert Alessi, like a trained hound pointing to its target, all with a bizarre grin on her face that gives it all away.
And whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
Brennan finally picks up her signal and states his objection, and she couldn't be more pleased. It's one of the strangest moments we've seen from this judge, as if the gravity of a woman fighting for her life means nothing. She's just been caught sending covert signals to the very prosecutor whose conduct should be under scrutiny, not aided by the bench. Whatever her reasoning, this is unethical, inexcusable, and she should be removed for this infraction immediately.
I'm going to see it sidebar for 2 minutes on this. Okay.
All right, then. So was that weird? And is she smiling because she's happy it happened? Again, thanks to Richie at Microdots. Go check out that and all of the other stuff that he's put up there. It's very, very interesting stuff. And again, Olivia was able to give him the heads up to take a look at that because it played out so quickly at the end of the day. And it was such a weird moment. And why is, the back and forth, looking at the watch, that didn't surprise me a lot. But the smile when her apparent signal, which was kind of a weird, I don't know, was she wiping her cheek? Was she wiping her? No, it was just a weird motion. Seems to have gotten Hank's attention. And because in this courtroom, you don't have to state grounds for objection. All he had to do was say objection. That was enough. And then she smiles as if, I don't know, it was almost as if, yeah, I'm controlling this show. That's right. That's right. And then she says, I'm going to have it sidebar for 2 minutes. Why the 2 minutes? What exactly are you talking about? So we're going to pick up, I'm sure, today, unless he may, he's very good at resetting, as I will call it. So he may back off to a point where he made some ground yesterday just to reset, just to get the witness on the defensive. Can you imagine a witness more on the defensive than Mr. Burgess at this point in his life? I'm actually hoping he shows up. So I think he'll do that, a little bit of a reset. Then he'll come back to this point, which was this point where the judge just decided now we need to take this break. And in my notes, it looks like I stopped writing like mid-sentence because it was such a weird break in the action. But we're talking about the pocket state. Remember the pocket state, which is so key to the whole timeline. And again, for those that may not recall where we are in this discussion, this witness was apparently asked, although he says did it on his own, to generate a new report that somehow squares the timelines between Whiffin's cell phone extraction analysis and this witness to sync up the moment of any impact if it happened, and therefore locking a timeline that is more favorable to the prosecution than it was before. And the big matzo ball hanging out there is the Karen Reed connection to the One Meadows Wi-Fi at or about 1236. Okay, because that I don't know how you get around that. We know trial number 1, 1245 was the time. Jen McCabe was certain about that. In this trial, she wasn't so certain. She looked out the window 3 times, wasn't really sure exactly what time she was looking. When she said last time at 1245, I saw the SUV in front of the house. Wow, it's amazing because you went back 9 minutes in time to connect to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and then you teleported back to 34 Fairview. That's something. So they had to fix that. They didn't really fix it. They just didn't focus on the number as they did the first time, which was so damning. So now you have, and when I go up there, I'm going up there tomorrow night at or about 12:30. I'm going to take that drive again. I've done the Fairview drive, 34 Fairview to Meadows, One Meadows, and I think it's pushing 100,000 views. People have taken a look at it. Some people said, "I think you went the wrong way." Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know anything to trust in terms of the routing of vehicles and the info they've collected. All I know is there's probably 2 routes. There are some variations, but 2 of the most efficient routes to take to get there. And that's what you got to be looking at. Because if she left the scene at or about 12:32, and remember that's the pocket state was at 12:32:09. So if she left at or about that time, and then she got 4 minutes to get there, and that's zooming. I took more than 6 during the day, so I'm going to do it tomorrow night, 12:32-ish. And I'm going to go maybe a different route because there are 2 that look similar in terms of time. Because I'm not taking as gospel any of the information that has been extracted from these the vehicle chips, the modules as they call them. I'm just not. I'm sorry. They're not DNA level proof to me. Give me some DNA. I don't think we're going to have DNA from the car suggesting which route they took or which route she took when she left that morning. So I'm going to take a look at that and compare the time of night with the one I did more during the day. Maybe the lights have a more rapid change in their cycle, something that would, because I hit a couple of lights that, I was there for maybe 20 seconds or so at a light. And you ever notice how you sit at a light and you think, how many minutes have I been sitting here? And you look and it's like 22 seconds. We are so impatient, and light cycles in most cases are not minutes long. Okay, so I'll go through and do that. The only thing I can't recreate is the snow that was coming down. We do not have that in the Justice Serve TV budget. I'm not going to be able to recreate that, but it will give me, the different nighttime angle at 12:30 tomorrow night. So we'll do that. So we'll get back to this testimony about the pocket state. That's where I assume Leslie's going to pick up once he sort of gets past. So what I think will be a little reset of Mr. Burgess's testimony, a little reminder about where he was yesterday at the moment of the squirming that the judge halted mid-squirm. Okay, a couple of other things happening today. In fact, right now, Erica Walsh is being arraigned. I do believe Mark Randazza is with her. He was there when she was arrested. I thought I had that video. I thought I had it here handy, but of course now I can't find it. But he was there. We talked yesterday just as he was arriving. We talked over the weekend about his plan to go there, and he was assisting. Let's put it that way. He was effectively kind of walking through the area with Erica. She had on the same microdots. This today's show brought to you by Microdots. She had the same sweatshirt on that has something like Criminals Control Norfolk County. And she's approached by the troopers who decide, you're trespassing, it. Yeah, whoop-de-doop-de, you're trespassing. And they started a little conversation. He says, well, what do you want to do? You want to go talk to the judge? I thought that was a weird option to throw out there because she said, Erica said, yeah. And then he said something about being arrested, and she looks to Mark, and Mark tells the troopers that, hey, she's not going to answer any questions. And then it was like, okay, then turn around. We're arresting you. Mark asks what the charge is. They say trespassing. Trespassing, it's a take into custody offense, trespassing. This is January 6th. So that's the charge. The arraignment will be today. And I should look this up while we're chatting. I'll try and multitask here. Oh, before I forget, and I say that because I forget. I forgot just as I was signing off yesterday, I got a message from PTSD Healer for thank you for the support, first of all. And I'm sorry I missed this yesterday. And then when I was looking for it last night when Linda and I were doing our follow-up, I couldn't find it then. But now I have it. And the question was, can the defense subpoena the original email that uses, quote, per your request, end quote? And that references the May 8th report cover letter introductory language in which Mr. Burgess says, here's my latest report, May 8th, per your request, which flies right in the face of what Brennan said last week, what this witness testified to yesterday, which was, no, I just, I started looking at the information, decided I needed to do a follow-up. Is anybody buying that? I mean, really? So the question then is, can the defense subpoena the original? Because he said he did basically a cut and paste of that per your request introductory language. I understand laziness in the workplace, laziness in the corporate structure. I get it. But it's just too convenient to say it was cut and pasted. So what the PTSD Healer is asking, can you get the original version that from which he cut and pasted that, if in fact that's what he did? Two thoughts on that. First of all, I don't think it matters at this point. And if you believe that the expert information, including this May 8th report, which had that little introductory language on it, was just part of everything that was turned over to the defense, then they already have it. They would already have the series of transmittal emails, I'll call it a transmittal email. Here is my report. They'll already have that. And so they already have the first time he would have used it. But again, to what end, really? I mean, to what end? Doesn't matter. The point has been made. A very important point. Are we going to have a sidebar? I don't see Mr. Burgess on the stand yet. I don't see him. One of the scheduling thing, let me mention this. On Thursday at 3, Mendoza is going to be there. He is.
So I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
He's going to have a hearing at 3. We'll talk more about later, but it's about the buffer zone, which we know has gone up in flames. So let's get into the day. Again, continued cross-examination.
Right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Mr. Burgess.
Morning.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear?
No, if I misheard your question, it was.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all
Correct.
on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wool? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
sure,
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Wool, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
you
are.
Prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Miss Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wool. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Miss Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Woke. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
We have this.
Okay. Is your analysis down to, is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm conflating the dates too. I want to see where it says 30th. Is he saying the report says 30th, but the facts are it's the 29th? You've got me on this one. Help me, Mr. Alessi.
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Your, actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies. Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Miss Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Miss Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
I'm in a moment.
He's got to be just wondering what the hell could be next. What else you
Your Honor,
got?
may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sure.
The BBB ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Yes, science.
Okay, sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at sidelines?
Okay, setting him up for whatever's coming next, having to do with his comparison of John O'Keefe iPhone info and the timestamps both on that and on the SUV infotainment, because you know something's coming here that's going to suggest that he's totally screwed that up. At this point, with this witness, first of all, he's going to be twitchy. He like, you know, what's coming next, and it also gives Alessi this huge advantage on close calls, even on things that maybe aren't as difficult, as momentous. The jury can see exactly what's happening here, and even the littlest thing that this witness may have done wrong is going to be magnified based on everything else that has been outed in this witness's testimony. It's a very powerful weapon, unless he knows how to wield it. That's why he uses the pauses that he does when he does. And thanks to Joey Kane. Joey, I was watching earlier today on Tom CPU out there in the, you know, I picture Tom CPU as one of the Patriots in those, and I don't mean New England Patriots, the real Patriots, you know, walking, the one drummer with the arm bandages, the others, you know, he's walking wounded out there because he got roughed up yesterday. But I was watching him, and they thanked Joey Kane for gifting a membership. So Joey is out there. He's a cross supporter, and we appreciate it every time you do a little something like that for us, or whomever you may be supporting. So thank you for that. So every time Alessi, you know, digs into the next little move, the jury is getting this reinforced sense that this guy is not just bad at his job. He's colossally bad at his job. And at some point, they may start to think that he intentionally does things that he thinks will help the prosecution. I don't think that's the mindset going in. I don't think the jury says, yeah, this guy's here just to do everything he possibly can. But as you hear more and more and more, and you hear about the communications between the defense, between the prosecution and this witness, you start to think, well, maybe there is some intentional effort here to mislead this jury. Okay, sidebar concluded. Now, if you notice that objection in sidebar
Yes.
came at her about
Your
the time
Honor,
he was about
this
to make his
time,
point. Here's the point now.
I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to once again take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
It's like you're saying, okay, pencils down. Okay. Pencils down when you're ready.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All
believe
right.
so.
We'll come back to it.
What?
I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
You indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wope. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question
Objection.
is,
Sustained.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure, we can.
I want
we
to
can
use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
slide's fine, yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely, absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence? It was 188.
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we had 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
Correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 1162-2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 1162.2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct, from the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with your honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09, yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffen's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a quote lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, using the unadjusted clock.
I would like, does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet. You see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do
that.
you see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you understand? Let's, if we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Okay, so let's just focus on. Remember when I said Leslie was going to start, and it's going to kind of reset, and he did. He went way back to the remember how important it is that your education isn't, I don't know, made up. But then he got into the new material. But just now, what time is it here? 8 minutes before the top of the hour, and of course, timing is so important. He's just now getting back to the point he really left off yesterday when the judge, called timeout, threw in the white flag for the prosecution, and that's this pocket state issue. So now we know this guy never analyzed John O'Keefe's phone for pocket state, and that, of course, is that point at which it's off. Right? He does acknowledge that was a manual shut off, but he did nothing else to investigate that. It sounds like he basically took any reports that he already had, Welcher's, Whiffen, whatever he had, and just assumed that was the gospel and moved on in his analysis, his expert opinion. So now it's coming back to haunt him. But then what hasn't? When it comes to Mr. Burgess, this is very interesting. We talk about battle of the experts in virtually every trial, right? Any trial that has experts. But not often do you see a battle of the experts on the same side. And that's what this is boiled down to. We're ended up with Whiffen versus Burgess versus Welcher, who hasn't even made an appearance yet, and yet has been front and center in this expert battle. That's bizarre. That's the scenario where, if you're the defense, obviously you're stirring the pot here. But basically, it's like, let's just sit back and watch us and them fight. You guys go at it. You experts for the prosecution, you don't even have your shit together to the point where you can agree on anything you're trying to sell this jury. It's an amazing position to be in if you're the defense, and if they've worked very hard to point out this situation. But that's what's going on right now. You've got 3 different experts, critical information on this case that has to do with the timeline, whether or not a collision did or did not occur. Obviously not the forensics of a collision, but the timing of when it would have occurred if you believe these various sources. The SUV chip, module, card, John O'Keefe's phone, Karen Reed's phone, all of this data that is being jumbled together now. And I'm telling you right now, for let's guess this, 18 jurors there, including alts, I'll bet you 10 of them are dozing off. And I don't mean that in a negative way, because they got what they need. They don't need the decimal points, is what I'm getting at. And a lot of us eat that stuff up and just grind on it. I guarantee you the majority of jurors don't. They don't. They get the big picture. They get that this guy seems to make things up, does things sloppily, is incomplete, relies on others, incorporates their material into his own, and then makes up opinions that seem to square with what his boss wants. And in this case, his boss is the Commonwealth. So they get that. Those big pictures are clear and easy. Do you think they're stewing over whether there's a 5-second discrepancy somewhere in the timeline or not? I don't think they are. I really am not. And I don't know that a 5-second timestamp difference bothers me much either. It bothers me how it occurred. It bothers me how it is investigated or not investigated. It bothers me is how it doesn't square with other information. Big picture. I'm not analyzing the minutia. I know that the trigger event was supposed to be 12/31/38 or 12/31/43, somewhere in that 5-second window, right? And some of these other events don't square with that. I get that, and I think a juror will get that. But I do not think they are drilling down into the minutia of the mega seconds, minor seconds, microseconds that this is clearly exposing. Big picture is huge, and it is so important. I still want to hear, I'm not sure the judge is going to let us hear about his lack of investigation into the pocket state. How do you look at the other reports that he has looked at and the testimony from Whiffen, and I still believe Welcher's coming on. Welcher's now going to be, he's the rescue boat. You've got Whiffen and Burgess drowning, right? They're in the water. I think Welcher's going to come along and try to rescue those experts and therefore the prosecution's case. And I can't wait to see how he attempts it. It ain't an easy job. This is a guy who's got a boat. He's going out to rescue 2 people, but he gets out there and he doesn't have any life jackets. He's got nothing. And oh, by the way, your boat has a hole in it. So I want to see Welcher. I hope to heck they continue to bring him on to do the rescue efforts that he's going to have to do, because it's a mess here. So the other thing that he talked about early on, again, after he went to the re-education reset, which I predicted he would go back and reset with this jury, something that resonated yesterday, which was you pretty much lie about everything you've ever learned or pretended to learn. He did that, and then he went into the new material on the timeline, and now we are back once again to the same place we got derailed yesterday, and that is the pocket state.
You can put it back up.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the slide from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience, sure. Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Woke, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction, we could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According
and that's 26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Do you want the lights on, Mr. Leslie?
I'm going to keep that up.
Let's leave the lights down, a little mood lighting. This unadjusted is his key.
To alter it, hopefully to make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Somebody had a great comment. And by the way, Sky Stars page, thank you so much.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Somebody said Welcher's doing an amended report even as we speak. I think that was Micah. I give credit where credit is due.
I think need to be heard about on this as well.
All right.
All right, let's have another party. Okay, so I mentioned the unadjusted clock time a second ago because that's the escape clause. That's the escape hatch. You know, if there's a discrepancy in some of these numbers, well, that's the unadjusted number. And I will tell you to some degree, and as I mentioned it moments ago, that blur will resonate with some jurors. They'll be like, whoa, which number's real? Unadjusted, adjusted, how do we know which one's the right one? And all of that, I think, can actually be helpful ultimately to the prosecution, really, because it helps kind of smooth out the rough spots. The jury will still get the big picture here, and it looks like people, and I'm saying people in this case, Whiffen and Burgess, Welcher's still out there. We don't know, but they don't know how to get their shit together when they're putting these very important analyses together for the jury to determine the guilt or the fate of the defendant, Karen Reed. They get that stuff. And when you start relying on this as Burgess is unadjusted, well, that's unadjusted. Well, that's unadjusted. Well, let's just adjust the timeline however we want to make it work with our story. That's the fix. That starts to sound like excuse. And it may be 100% excuse. It may be 10% excuse. I only look at these things as how they waft over the jury. And I think the jury is going to say, this guy looks like he's waffling to support whatever he came up with, and yet he is still at odds with at least one of the other experts, and perhaps both of the other experts. To me, that's huge, and that's a big picture view that I think more jurors are likely to take than the micro view. And I do think there is some danger, you know, with Alessi, who is obviously brilliant on this stuff and totally into it, to beat it a little bit too hard. And I'm waiting to see if there's a point at which he feels like, you know, we got to stop this thing, you know, call the mercy rule, because at a certain point, it's not very effective anymore. The points have been made over and over and over again. And I know where he is now is very important, which is why we keep having these sidebars. The critical issues here on this timestamp, I mean, those are the numbers the jury's going to look at. 12/31/38 to 12/31/43. That is the Welcher. Again, guy hasn't even taken the stand yet. That is the Welcher window of the collision. That's the 1162 event they talk about. If that's in fact when a collision of some sort took place, then why are we seeing all these things that took place after the fact? 12/32/09 was a user interaction. That was the lock of the cell phone. Well, how does that happen after somebody is hit by a car, if they are? It could happen. Oh, I'm falling backwards into the snow. Hold on, let me stop, turn off my phone, and then I'll continue falling backwards into the snow and hit my head. You know, it just doesn't make sense. Those are big picture items that I can see reinforcing. How many of these things happened after this alleged collision, the 1162 event? And can you fix those by just saying, well, those are unadjusted? Sandra Hunt, thank you so much. All need the Twilight sound effect because that's what it feels like we're watching the shit show daily. And I know I'm thinking there's probably a copyright issue. We don't want to get a copyright issue, but when you just say Twilight Zone effect, I can hear it in my head. Rod Serling, submitted for your approval. You know, and he does his whole thing. Yeah, you're right. I also think of the line that Kevin Costner used in JFK. We're through the looking glass here, people, and we definitely are. And it's a bizarre, twisted looking glass. It is. Okay, so keep focusing on the unadjusted clock time because that is the get out of jail free card, so to speak, for this witness. And
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach
keep
the
in
witness?
mind all of that when we see Welcher. Okay, let's have more fun.
Sure. I'm going to present to you two documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay. The witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is exhibit CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the three letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need the
That
other
the
one.
one that's in
Thank you.
the one page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that one-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat that. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat
please.
and just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to Dr.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 1162.2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 1162.2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustain. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 1162.2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock. but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. But my question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
So again, he's trying to focus this
Let
guy.
me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that one.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what by his math, that he is demonstrating?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on. And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data?
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162-2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Vogt. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162-2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162-2 that establishes the text stream event as 12/31/38 to 12/31/43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps, yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report in front of you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification?
I do.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare?
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the juror in your January 30 report where you ever made that statement.
You can definitely use the search function here because I think he's going to have trouble finding what Alessi is suggesting. So this is all about the differences he's made in his reports and what he based those changes on, or should we say clarifications. They're not changes. He may have used a different method to get to the result.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event? Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the TechStream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a TechStream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Do
Sustained.
you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yes. So, and I do think Alessi is sensing that when he's moving on to another topic, which has a very similar feel to the prior topic, that the jury is interested in things like, did he include information that he should have to come to his conclusions? Less worried about the conclusions and less worried about the minutia of, well, how many seconds does that change it? But if you did not include a 3-second differential that you acknowledge in your second report or your first report, these are his May and January reports. If you don't include the same information in those, how can we believe you? That's what he's effectively saying. How can we believe anything you say if you haven't included this 3-second? He's talking about that period of time, basically between the chip recognizing the event. I think he was talking about the Lexus SUV chip at that point. If you aren't taking these variables that you believe and applying them uniformly, well, it looks like you're picking and choosing when to apply it and picking and choosing when it may help the confirmation bias that you are following. So again, big picture stuff for the jury. And I think at this point, I'm not sure they would believe anything he says. And when it gets into the details of the calculations that he's made, I think the impression being left by Alessi is that he just puts down the information that gets him where he needs to go. And that is the definition of confirmation bias. You've got a decision, you know where you're going. How do I massage these numbers to get me there? And he used a couple of times different analogies to a change. It's not a change, it's a clarification, right? He also would ask quite often, can I explain? Can I tell you something? Can I? You went into a Ross Perot. And of course, Alessi very calmly says, well, I'm sure Mr. Brennan will ask you those follow-up questions if he feels it's appropriate. Sometimes it's hard to stop a witness who just rolls right into the excuse, the explanation. And you have to be careful with the jury in how you cut that off. This witness has been actually pretty good about it. He just stops when told that if he wants to explain, he'll have that opportunity when the prosecution gets back up here. Some witnesses are not that cooperative, and they just steamroll right. They try to steamroll right through you. So I do think the 3-second offset is key, mainly because it calls into question again and again and again this expert's opinions and the consistency in which he applied the various, and there are lots of variables in this thing, to his different reports. Don't you think you should be consistent, at least within your own reports, even if yours are at odds with some others? Now, the whole, we've been having some side conversations about Aperture and as a structure, what are they? They seem to have a lot of actual buildings, brick and mortar. But let's hold on a second. Edward Scissorhands, attorney Mark Betterow said on Burgess Employers website, it says Burgess is not an expert. Yeah, we've seen that, and apparently it seems most of their experts have that disclaimer on their bio information. So it's weird. Is that a CYA provision that they have always used for whatever reason? That's unclear. But what I was getting at was, how much of this business, Aperture, is kind of in the cloud? Is it just a virtual business? And how much is brick and mortar? If you go to some of their different websites, there will be very specific addresses, including Texas, where apparently this guy is affiliated, California. And therefore, how much oversight is there? You can create a business online out of whole cloth and have no piece of ground anywhere. I mean, Justice Through TV, we're virtually virtual, but we got brick and mortar around us. We got real things, right? You don't have to do that. You could put all kinds of fancy stuff on our website and have no brick and mortar presence, no physical presence. It's all, in the cloud. And if that's true, how much oversight do those running the operation have for the folks that work for them, or at least appear to work for them or with them? I would love to know, what is the contractual arrangement between Aperture and its experts? Is it a traditional contract, or is it like, there are a number of agencies that offer like somebody referenced Angie, where, you have, the professionals sign up for the Angie service. Angie does some vetting, best they can. They probably check to see if you're, in prison at the time you say you can be a plumber. But to what degree they really do that, who knows? They distance themselves by saying, we're not these people. We're doing the best we can to make sure that they do the job they say they will do, and you can expect that. But they take no ultimate responsibility for what happens. They just, that's a business model destined to fail. So how much of that type of business model is applied to Aperture? Is it a hands-off, just you come on in, sign up, give us your credentials, we will promote those, you give us a kickback from the gigs that you get, or maybe you pay a flat fee to be part of those? I'm very curious about that because that's a much more modern business structure. But I don't know. This seems to be an amalgam of some sort, where you've got some actual buildings and offices, and maybe an extension that is more virtual than concrete. I just don't know, and that's going to be, to be honest, it's going to be a bigger issue for Mr. Burgess after this is all over than it is for us during this trial. But just a curiosity for me as I look at this as a guy who's sitting there. Going to get in trouble with the boss, okay? However you describe boss, he's got some problems, and so do any of the other cases in which he's testified, civil or criminal. There are going to be some cases I expect are going to blow up as a result of what we're seeing here play out. Let's see. Yeah, here's a how strongly can I say not a freaking chance in hell, Lacey? And y'all think Brendan will be able to recover this witness? No, nope. All he can do, I think, is attempt to make it less ugly. And he's good. He'll do that. We will see him make those efforts. He'll talk about your experience was amazing. Yes, you technically did not get the degree that may have been suggested in those different curriculum details. Yep. But you have the experience. You have the brains. You know what you're doing. That's the kind of massaging he's going to have to do on the education front. I think, and he's going to have a benefit here, that when Brennan gets into trying to bring this guy back from the dead on some of these calculations, I think the more confusing he makes it, the better. The jury's going to get fogged up, and it's going to minimize whatever blatant problems there may have been exposed on cross. Okay, so they are back now. The sidebar, again, these are as much interruptions on the flow as they are substantive on real legitimate objections. But I'm telling you, that's part of the game. That's the way it is. If you see your opponent making too many headroads, you make objections. This court makes it easier because they don't make you state the ground. So easy to just halt things with an objection and let the let the court help you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes,
Burgess. Sir. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting. And that is, I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion. And I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir. Same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Again, he's going through conclusions in his own report.
Thank you.
The May report.
Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled Techstream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these two events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and Techstream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of Techstream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that Techstream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has no, your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a Techstream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You see, you mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I do say
You
collision.
see the word, use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying Techstream event 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every Techstream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have Techstream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a Techstream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a Techstream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to Techstream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess. So it's 20 minutes.
All rise, please.
Okay, sorry. I thought, oh, this would be a perfect time to squeeze in a phone call to the West Coast because it's just turning to be 8 o'clock. Then, of course, they took a break. So, what do you guys think? Let me ask you this, and I want to get to the questions I didn't get around to getting to before. Are you over this guy? Do you think there's any more that can be gotten from Alessi on Cross? The very last thing he got into was, I think, an important point. Very simple. We keep talking about these trigger events, and the 1162-1, 1162-2. 1162-1 is the 3-point turn, which I want to get to because I think there's some major confusion about where that happened and what it means. But 1162-2 is the, according to the Welcher report, that's the impact. That's when a collision took place. So the important point that Alessi was just making was that we should not confuse these alleged trigger events with collision. Trigger event could be many different things. It is not synonymous with collision. And I think that's important that the jury doesn't default to that. What? Another trigger event? How many collisions were there? I think that's critical. So he took care of that, I think, in a clean way. And he kind of decided when to take the break, which was okay. Let's see. Some of the other things talked about was, comparing, I talked earlier about comparing one expert against another and making that a battle within the same team, Commonwealth. Now you have a sort of an expert battling himself when you look at the January 30, 2025 report from Burgess and compared to the May 8, 2025 supplemental report that he alone felt he needed to put together because there were certain things he had read in prior reports from other experts that made him think, maybe I better adjust this. And no, I didn't talk to Hank Brennan. Oh, yeah, I did. And also to Tully about 5 times. Oh, yeah, that too. Anyway, so that's what resulted in the May 8 supplemental report, which, of course, Hank Brennan knew nothing about. He told the court on the record, effectively under oath. Attorneys are not under oath just when they're talking in court, right? In fact, they're very seldom under oath. But there is an ethical obligation to tell the truth, maybe, not misrepresent, not drive the court to clutch its pearls. Of course, I don't think Judge C had any problem with what we now know was a blatant lie by Hank Brennan about when he received the information from this witness, Burgess, and how it related to that May 8 report. He knew full well what was needed, what was coming, because he requested it. Nobody is going to convince me otherwise. Let me get to the questions I didn't get to. Okay. No messy with Alessi. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. I think Brendan figured out if you could confuse the crap out of the jury, they would this would slide by. Thanks for all you and Linda do. Love your channel. Thank you so much. I kind of mentioned it earlier that most humans, jurors or otherwise, are big picture people. Life's fast. There's a lot going on, and unless you're steeped in some of the details of this testimony we're getting, and believe me, I know a lot of our audience might be, that doesn't mean the jury is. And if you lose sight of that, you're doomed. Because if you start getting deep into the weeds, and that's why I think Alessi has to keep his finger on the pulse of this jury to make sure he makes the points he needs, but doesn't dwell on some of this stuff that can glaze you over. And even the best jury in the world at some point is going to hit that wall. So you have to be careful of that. Brennan's the same way. The advantage he has, I mentioned it before, is that he can use this glazing over to his advantage. He can get back in there on redirect and start pounding away at some of these nuanced details to the point that he wins if he confuses the jury, really. Obviously, it doesn't help him bear his burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But at this point, it's like we have a defense witness on the stand. Now the prosecution has to go in on their redirect and really cross-examine their own witness to limit the damage. This guy is not going to be propped up to the point that he's the guy that the prosecution wants to rely on. That's not going to happen. But Brendan's going to go in there and do his best to, as I always say, clean up on aisle 5. It's just like somebody threw a Molotov cocktail down aisle 5 in this particular case. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, this is just a time for a dad joke. What is the piece of clothing a judge wears under robe? Legal briefs. Boom. Thank you, Skyhopper. We needed that. Let's see. I don't know. Some of these may have popped up, but I think they bear repeating. So thank you, Donnie. Just Donnie gifting a Justice Served TV membership. We appreciate that. And we did find out, we did some crack research on this, meaning I didn't do it. And Disney found out the Twilight Zone effect is still copyrighted. Generally, it's a 75-year rule. That does vary on some items. So just be thinking to yourself, and that's the best I can do. Let's see. Okay, good. I think I got to most of those. If you have any other questions, feel free to pop those in. I'm going to look through here real quick before I get back to my prepared remarks. Yeah, you know better than that. They're not prepared. Oh, this is interesting. One bucket. This guy lost me at the fundamental mistake of gigabit versus gigabytes. All his testimony is tossed for me. But the jury, not understanding that, so the defense needs to probe more. And I get that. And again, to my point that everybody has their breaking point. And I don't mean just in terms of the information overload, but in terms of what they're willing to believe or not believe on a witness's testimony. And if you, like one_bucket, has decided that when this guy could not even clarify bits and bytes, which is kind of fundamental to his analysis, maybe everything else just becomes wah 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 wah, and then it just doesn't matter. Classic Clippy. I want a copy of the non-existent crash report, not the police report, the accident report. In the business, those are the TCRs, the traffic collision report, and they're generally prepared for most every kind of vehicle incident, vehicle versus pedestrian, vehicle versus vehicle. Some states will have a different process depending on the amount of damage. If there's ever any personal injury, anything, there will be the higher level of report. But if there is a fender bender with minimal damage and no injuries, then it's a different kind of report. It's it's one of those reports that they write it up, write it up. Joe Smith ran into Joe Jones, both fine, $500 damage to each vehicle estimate. Then here's your report, and then nobody cares. It's gone. If they want to fight it out with their insurance companies, they do. But they say, wait, I can't do that. My deductible is $1,000. So why would I submit a $500 claim so they can ding me on my insurance? So I do want to see a report. But the point this part of the testimony was making is that Burgess says, page 3, paragraph 4 of his follow-up report, this is the May 8th report, that he used the word collision in that report. And when asked where he got that, he said, I got that from the Massachusetts police report. never mentioned it before, but he mentions it in this and references the MSP report. And then we had a break. So I don't know if Alessi's going to circle back to that and say, well, do you have that report? So we can see what it is you referred to in your report. Remember, when it comes to an expert, they've got opinions. They're global opinion. Maybe it's sort of like silly putty, and it changes here and there. But you are always allowed to attack that opinion and then anything that forms the basis for that opinion. Well, in this case, if he used the word collision, clearly his opinion, in paragraph 4 on page 3 of that report of May 8, then if he based it on some Massachusetts State Police report, doggone it, you should be able to see that report. So we'll see. We'll see if they come up with that or not. We're on a roll here with one underscore bucket. Bev and Hank now they're getting a mistrial again. They have a rogue juror. No way they would continue this BS if not the case. That's an interesting analysis there. One underscore bucket. I don't think anybody, even at this stage of the game, having seen what we've seen, is assuming the jury will do or not do anything. I think everybody's still, open-minded as you can be with this process. I don't think they're naive enough to think they've got a slam dunk. And when I say they, it seems like I'm lumping the judge with prosecution. Officially, I'm not. Does it seem like she may be on the team there? Of course. Many times we've seen her act in that way, especially just yesterday with the weird gesture to apparently to the prosecution. Check the Microdots post on that if you haven't seen it already. Richie allowed us to show it. We showed part of it earlier today. Basically, the judge, seeming to catch the eye of the prosecution, does a little weird motion to her cheek, and then a timely objection arises with no grounds stated, of course, and hey, it's time to end the day. Judge looking at her watch. All of that unfolding in a very short period of time, and capped off with a bizarre smile from the judge, as if to say, I've pulled the puppet strings, and Brennan said, objection. And then, the judge, stop things for the day. So that was interesting. Beth says, I think Alessi should go back to that letter at the end and emphasize the cut and paste file. Yeah, that's certainly going to be a moment in the closing, I'm sure, because it just reinforces some of the much more egregious things that he did. I don't really fault him a lot for the cut and paste. It's lazy. I get it. You need to realize what you're writing is important, and it's in a report that's pivotal, that just happens to have arisen during a murder trial. So yeah, sloppy and stupid to do that, unless it was legit. And he just did it because that's exactly what happened. And that's what the jury's going to have to figure out. Did he just make a stupid, cut and paste slip up? Because for some of my business correspondence, I guarantee you, I have certain letters that are very similar looking, and I go in and change the specifics. That happens. So I don't fault him for that process, but you got to go in and make sure that it reflects the truth. And in this case, either per your request, which was in the topic in the 5/8/25 report following his January report, if that reflects the truth, then you got to live with that. But if it's just a stupid accident, you got to hope the jury believes it was just a stupid accident. That may be a tough sell in light of everything else. If it were a one-off, then maybe you get away with it. But with everything else that we're seeing from this witness, that little mistake starts to look like, are you crazy? What is wrong with you? Relating to the accident report we were talking about, cop's daughter says, is there a deadline for the insurance claims on car accidents? If there was an accident report, Karen's insurance company and the lawyers would be involved. Yes, and possibly no. Certainly after the fact, which wasn't long after the alleged collision, when Karen became a suspect and then the defendant, it happened so quickly. That all happened well within any sort of time frame an insurance company might care about. The fact is that the property damage, remember the insurance is both for property damage and for liability. The property damage is minimal. I don't care which story you believe, whether it was the crack when she bumped into the Traverse, John O'Keefe's Traverse in his driveway, or it happened when and if she hit John O'Keefe, whichever it was. That's not insurance. That's not an insurance claim to me. I am nowhere. I'm not going to them for a lousy, that this little thing here. We're talking. I think there's something like $300, something like that, which is ridiculous. It is, but that's the way they are nowadays. Back in the good old days, you'd pop out a bulb. If you have this kind of damage, you'd buy a lens, and if you had to, you put a new bulb in there, and you're done, ready to go. Well, nowadays, everything is modular. All you do is plug this in to one wire, and then this thing pops into place, and there are a couple of retaining screws. I mean, it's nothing. But it means the unit itself is very expensive. But I'm still not claiming, if it's less than $1,000, I'm not calling my insurance company because you'll get screwed in the end. Even if they give you some recovery, you have a claim. And somebody who's done insurance defense work for a long time, I guarantee you the insurance companies are just looking to not help you going forward. If that means your premiums are going to go up, they're going to go up. If it means they're going to cut you off at a claim or by giving you less than you think you need to be made whole, they're going to do that. So I'm not giving them any reason, something simple like that. I'm setting aside any potential liability for personal injury. I'm not giving them any evidence, any weapon to use against me. And you know what? Those claims go in I'm getting off on my insurance tangent here. Those claims go into a database. So let's say you have XYZ insurance. You don't like them, something bothers you about them. Or they raise your rate too much. And so you start looking for ABC insurance instead of XYZ insurance, and all of a sudden ABC insurance already knows you have a claim. It's part of the database, and that is then used against you. So anytime you make a claim for any purpose, it ain't going to just focus on the agency you have. It's out there. So my point is, make sure it's worth making a claim. Yeah, it's annoying. It pisses you off. You're making premium payments. You should be covered. Just think about the long-term implications of making any sort of claim. So anyway, I don't think in this case there would have been, set aside all the criminal potential liability issues, I don't think there would have been a claim for the damage to the vehicle. And since Karen Reed doesn't think she did anything wrong, would she have reached out for insurance company lawyers to protect her in a criminal matter? Probably not. And remember, insurance doesn't work for intentional acts. So if you're accused of second-degree murder, which is an intentional act, you're not going to get an insurance company coverage for an attorney anyway. If you have a negligent act, perhaps driving, backing into somebody, driving under the influence, could be construed as negligent, and negligent contact could be covered by insurance attorneys. They would do it under what's called a reservation of rights, which means, okay, we're going to cover you on this. We're going to provide you an attorney because there is an allegation of negligent handling of this vehicle. But if the facts turn out that you didn't do it negligently, then we're out, and you got to go get another attorney, and you'll probably have to repay us for what we spent providing your attorney up to the point we learned that there was an intentional act. I don't think any of that stuff comes into play here. It may in a there is a couple of civil suits that are riding along with this criminal matter. That's where those issues might come along. So long question, answer to your question there about any accident report. I get the feeling there is no accident report. That's kind of my short answer there. Okay. Yeah, this is again, this is what we're getting at. Colin 6-hitter. To this day, there's no crash report from the cops or the insurance company. Again, what a shock. Shocking. Hard to believe. Oh, I made a ship analogy earlier about how Welcher is going to be the expert that hops on the boat, and he's going to be heading out to sea to save 2 drowning victims, one being Whiffen and one being Burgess, and he's going to get out there on the boat, and he's going to find out he has no life jackets. And by the way, he has a hole in his boat. So Skyhopper continues that analogy. Imagine sailing on Judge C's pirate ship. You must carry broken taillights, knives, and wooden legs, and a Jen, Julie, Nicole, Brian, and Higgins, a couple of troopers, a fake expert, and a Brennan. That ain't the Love Boat, I'll tell you that. And I can't wait for Welcher. Some people think he's not going to testify now. I think that's insane. I think that there's more would be, you can't leave these guys hanging out there unless you're calling it a day. If you're just phoning it in, you don't like the way this is going, you don't think you can save yourself, maybe you don't call Welcher. That's why I think that's highly unlikely. Hank Brennan, the Commonwealth, I think they've proven we're all in here. We're all in. And if this goes to a third trial, we're all in. I think we all think that's the way it would go should there be another hung jury. So I think Welcher is the guy that they're going to be relying on to resurrect the prosecution's case on these very important issues. So mark that down. I say that Welcher will testify. That's where I think they've got to go. I think they just have to go. Hugh Sands, the current argument questioning is leading to confirmation bias. Yes, he had already concluded it was a collision before he noted his conclusions. He wrote his report to confirm the hypothesis bias. Yeah, it's not unusual for an expert to confirm prior opinions, conclusions, facts in a report and then expand upon it, changing them. But it's not really a change. Was it a correction? Is that the word he used? Let me check my notes here. Oh, it's clarification. It's not a change, it's clarification. That's a little less common with an expert. An expert could always adjust his or her report based on newfound information, okay? There are, of course, discovery deadlines that normally apply, but not so much in this case. When you have a report being created in the middle of trial, discovery deadlines pretty much mean nothing. Let's assume, though, you're following discovery deadlines. Yeah, your expert can supplement whenever needed, and then you get to dig into why the supplement, and we've seen it here in this case, who asked for it, what was the new information, and how did you get to these either new conclusions or these clarifications of prior conclusions. And it just leads to an uncomfortable situation where you're effectively defending two reports and the reason you created the second one. And that's where this guy's having a problem, because Burgess can't really, first of all, nobody seems to believe he came up with it on his own. That's number one. And the inconsistencies seem to support he was directed to come up with that second report of May 8th. Mediocre D&E chicken farm. Now, I have to say, well, I've been to the D&E right after the whole Aiden Carney, I think 17th charge for witness intimidation. I was in town that day. I went down there and I was checking out the cameras that then became the subject of that charge. One was because it recorded Aiden and the glarer, Will, goofing around after a night of having a meal of food next door at McCarthy's. They go over and they're caught on these cameras at D&E Pizza. And so I wanted to go and see, well, where are the cameras? What's the deal? What do they look like? And I did. I go there, but I did not eat there. And I've not eaten at McCarthy's. I have eaten at the Waterfall Bar. I highly recommend the Waterfall Burger. Big hunk of meat. I believe it's meat, right? With some bacon on it. It's a heart attack on a plate. It's beautiful. Anyway, I digress. Bev has mentioned 2 times to the jury to stop muttering, laughing, body language, etc. It's being reported by NBC 10 correspondent that the jury was laughing during Uri testimony and Shannon. Well, the judge was laughing yesterday too, so figure that out. It's a fine line that the court has to walk. They want the jury to be professional. They want them to be comfortable. But when there are real moments, when there are real human moments, it's hard to stifle that. And if it's because there's a lot of tension in a courtroom, and it's easy to break that tension with a comment or we saw it a lot in ASAP Rocky. And when I was doing trials, what a surprise! I'd be a bit of a goofball, and I would do things that would hopefully lighten the moment. So those things are going to happen. It becomes a problem when it seems like it may be somehow a tell that goes beyond just a natural reaction to something happening. And that's what the court has to be careful to monitor, and as gently as possible to tell them to kind of rein that in. But you can't turn them into sticks. They've got to be humans there. And if something happens in the courtroom that they find is amusing, then they're gonna react to it, and I think stifling that could be a problem. But you do have to control it to some degree. Just reading to myself, I'm refreshing my recollection. Let's see. Let's talk about, and this reminds me of the fact this is about John O'Keefe, right? Officer John O'Keefe finding out who did this, and his parents, of course, sitting there. I feel guilty for also not loving Peggy too. If it were them, be applying pressure to the people in the house that night. They go to her too fast, and she already disliked her. Remember that whole sequence of events? Looks to be like I get hit by a car. You got hit by a car. Suggesting and then telling folks in the hospital, or just reacting when she sees Karen Reed. What is she doing here? Immediately it makes it sound like they never had a warm relationship. She was always anti Karen Reed. I don't think that that's true. But what was going on in her mind? Is it just because, hey, this happened and she was with him, she was the last person with him, that it just became a natural reaction for John O'Keefe's mom to dislike Karen Reed in that moment? Or was somebody talking to her? Were they having conversations as quickly as, here's what happened, we got mom on the phone, here's what's going on. They rushed to the hospital. In that short period of time, was she being programmed, conditioned, lobbied to think that this is Karen Reed's fault? It just seemed to me to be a light switch kind of change from what had to be a kind of normal relationship with the girlfriend of your son, to a very kind of toxic hate and blame, right? So I understand that mom, Miss O'Keefe, she's in a bad spot. Why, Debbie Blair? Why did they get John O'Keefe's vehicle repaired so quickly? Yeah, I mean, there's so many of those after the fact changes, from rehoming Chloe to selling the family home at 34 Fairview, to repairing vehicles, to changing the basement flooring. Yeah, I mean, it's all these things together that make you wonder, especially with the Traverse gets bumped, right? It's probably still safe to drive. I don't know. We haven't dwelled really on the level of damage to the Traverse when it was hit by Karen Reed as she left that early morning. I don't know. It's not like it's totaled. It's not like it's not still operable. So that is one of the less repair issue items post incident that bothers me. Who knows? Maybe some people just are like that about their vehicles, and they thought maybe somehow John will appreciate it. Yes, we know he's gone, but we're taking care of him because he's no longer here and able to do that. But it's it just reminds me of all the things that got done so quickly after the fact. That seems to be a little bit weird. Yeah, and this is something else we were talking about, Arc of Kryptonite, Karen being sued by the O'Keefes. I'm not sure if their insurance company is involved with that. Again, I guarantee you, I don't have it in front of me, but I guarantee you that the complaint against Karen Reed by the O'Keefe family for wrongful death, et cetera, has a claim for negligence in it. Why do you do that when you're drafting pleadings, even if you think what was done was intentional? You want to draw insurance coverage. If an insurance company, if I do my complaint and you're the policyholder, you're the homeowner, here's the complaint insurance company attorney or in-house counsel before they take your case, and they look at it, and they're looking at it, intentional act. Bye-bye. You're not getting coverage. And the reason it's in there is not to do you, the homeowner, a favor. It's because the person bringing the lawsuit wants coverage. They want to have their hand on your insurance policy proceeds. If I sue you and all I list are intentional acts, I'm not going to get a chance to get into your insurance company money. So I throw negligence in there. And it all becomes a bargaining chip. At some point, an insurance company will say, here are the insurance proceeds under this person's policy, 100 grand, 500 grand, $1 million. Here's, take it. We're out of this thing, because you can't get more from the insurance company unless it's first party bad faith. If the insurance company did something to you that was an action on their part that was fraudulent, perhaps denying coverage, which could be, but otherwise you're limited to what the policy is worth. Okay, you're not going to be able to dig into the profits of the insurance company unless they've done something directly to you, first party bad faith, punitive damages. Those things kick in if the insurance company has done something directly to you. But if you're just trying to get proceeds, as they clearly are in the case against Karen Reed in the civil matter, yeah, all you want is to get the proceeds there for that policy, whatever that may be. Yeah, and again, on that same vein, cop's daughter continues, but personal injury is involved. It would behoove Karen to file a claim, to be obligated to file a claim. Again, yes and no. If I'm not aware of a personal injury that I caused, why am I filing a claim? In fact, arguably that would be some sort of admission. I'm filing a claim because something happened. I'm not sure what, but I caused a personal injury. There's no way I'm filing that claim. I'll tell you that. It sounds like you must have caused some injury and you knew about it. Kimberlina 15, referencing one of our other chatters, I think they know deep down they're just going through the motions, and Peg needs to be in the back with her son that was doing the same thing. Certainly mom is supportive. We've talked about this before and wondered why it seems the family's been so quick and so consistent in backing the prosecution. I would think one of two things is going on. And the most important of which is they must believe the prosecution is right and has their man, as it were. They have the right person that is responsible for the death of their loved one. How else could you back them, right? The only other possibility is that they are so convinced that the Commonwealth did a great job that there's no other possibility, that nobody else out there could have done this. And speaking of Mar, thank you, Mar. Yeah, sometime last night, I think we hit the 13,000. Well, I'm going to get past that immediately. It's very unlucky. So please, if you haven't subbed, tell others and do it yourself so we get past the 13,000. Yeah, it's great. We appreciate that. Each and every one that finds us and sticks around, or at least does the heavy lifting. And I don't have a sub button on my screen, of course, but it's right about there. If you can see my cursor. See my cursor? Hey, you're poking out my eye. It's right about there somewhere. Okay. Sounds like getting some activity back in the courtroom after the morning break. Just to give you our programming update. And I do want to mention again, before I forget, there's going to be a hearing Thursday at 3 o'clock in federal court where Mark Randazzo, my attorney, and many others now on some of these cases, he's going to be heard in federal court. I'll be up there for that, as well as going to Dedham tomorrow to get in the mix and see what's happening here. So, continued cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On Mr. Burgess.
Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean, without more, that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You had said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. In your direct examination, you reference a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word?
Her work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the, overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can squeeze this in real quick. The short answer is, as I put on my stethoscope and pretend to be a doctor, don't know for sure, but I would assume if there is a curvature on that cut, that means there was perhaps a slight curvature to the surface that caused the cut. whether it be a bottle, a curb, a baseball bat, something that has that necessary curve in it. On the other hand, since I'm not a doctor, it could be just the way the skin tore in that particular location. So there's an answer, sort of. Thank you, Edward Scissorhands, having entered, for your support there. We should. I will ask Dr. Michael Baden that. I think he probably a little more, maybe a touch more experienced in the medical vernacular and field. I just apply logic to most everything. And if there's a cut on the back of his head with a bit of a curve in it, maybe a surface that was rounded.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle systems.
I do. Yes, I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Where to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier
Right,
of the micro
understood.
SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
All right, he's packing up. And if you've seen Alessi come and go from, oh, hey, Linda Kenney Baden has arrived.
Hey.
If you've seen Alessi come and go from the courthouse a few times, he needs to use the disabled person ramp, whatever we're calling it now politically, because he's got a lot of luggage. And so he's packing some of that up now. I think he ended at the right time, Linda. I was talking earlier and I was a little concerned that maybe he was getting way too into the weeds on some of the micro data that the jury might be starting to, like enough already. I get it. So I think he's ending at the right time. And now we get to see how Brennan resurrects this.
Right. I agree with you. I think that's good morning, everyone. I think I was watching you or listening to you at times this morning. I think it's just the right time. I think he made his points. Where I guess also he wanted to get to the point where there was enough time to go to lunch and force Brennan to be in this time period. So let's see what happens. I know you have to leave at noon.
Yeah.
So if you
will disappear, and then I'll keep you posted on the afternoon and evenings schedule.
But I will be on at 6 p.m. to answer all of your questions. We'll see if we have a guest, but if not, there's so many questions out there you pose. So 6 p.m. we'll be here with Michael, Bryant, or without. We'll see.
We're on the road somewhere in between, whatever. I'm going to be monitoring this as well. So thanks, folks, for this morning. Appreciate it. I will see you next time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014.
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please.
This ship has sailed. All right, Hank Brennan's going to try to do, because I see all the anti-Karen Reed people saying the same thing he
183.
does. This is recrossed by social media suggestions.
You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Can we have exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have, yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did.
Can you share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification that is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours.
Yes, I do.
Of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's
Gosh.
degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You are
You
not
were
Bill Gates. You are not Stephen Jobs.
Become
And you are
engaged in
not
this
Oprah
case in
Winfrey.
October
Mr.
2024.
Correct.
Burgess. Mr. Burgess.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes. So I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
Okay.
Okay, so what you have here is Hank Brennan trying to improperly rehabilitate his witness on recross on areas, to try to suggest that, whoa, it's the defense that misled him. Okay, he confused gigabytes, as we know, versus gigabits. Okay, he didn't know that. He didn't know when he read the report. He didn't call and ask anybody. Okay, and then he assumed that the data had not been all downloaded because there wasn't enough, that he got more data than she did. And it turns out she got all of the data, all right? And then it turns out with this SD card, it's internal. It's not supposed to be removed. And that's probably why when they went to go put it back in the Karen Reed's car, they couldn't do it because it was improper for them to do what they did, for him to do what he did. And he had to put it back in the exemplar car, which was a different car. Okay. So that's where we're going here. He's trying to blame everybody else. Sure. Blame the woman. Oh, it's really good strategy to blame the woman in a case where the woman is being charged, right? That's what's happening right now. Really good strategy. Blame the woman. And I'm going to say it again, because if I could rant, and maybe at lunchtime I will do a rant. That ship has sailed. We all know about LinkedIn. We all know about social media. Aperture didn't access his LinkedIn account. He didn't give them the password to put in what his credentials were. They got that from him. And the one question that, you asked, did you ever testify before that you had your bachelor's degree? No, I did not, because I am saying that everybody in the world is going to be filing suit against Aperture, looking at his cases to see what
When
it
you
is
realized
he
your
testified. Let's go back. to the
error,
first
what
one.
did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Notice how Hank says report, but the witness says protocol. He was making a distinction
Please don't read this,
yesterday
just
that
look
he
at
didn't
it,
do reports, he did
and if it
protocols.
refreshes your memory, let me
Okay,
know, and then I'll
that's
ask
what
you
he
a
said. But now Hank says,
Yes, it
if I
does.
show you your report, will that refresh your recollection?
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
But you still made the error. Excuse me, you have cancer. Your leg was removed. Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Let me correct it. Let me go get you a prosthetic device. Some errors are not correctable in the courtroom.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and you put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information,
Oh,
regardless of what
Hank,
it is?
just butchers yourself.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my
Right.
job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
That's because on his website or his Twitter account,
What
Mr.
happens if
Burgers
you
invites it. I can
miss
find things nobody else
information
can.
because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Remember, the
Without
SD
that
card wouldn't
information
hit
in the
back into
SD
her
card, would
car.
you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
And that's the problem.
Because again,
it wouldn't go back into
they're
her
going
car.
a
They
different
couldn't do
route
it, so
to
they
acquire
put it on
data.
an exemplar car,
And
not
they are
Karen
acquiring
Reed's car.
a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not, acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case?
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
He's now an expert in
When
the
you wrote
standard
your
practice
reports,
of a court of law.
how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
Yeah, sure.
And
By
in that
yourself.
analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive
That,
any direction
ladies and gentlemen,
on what you
is
should and
bullshit,
shouldn't do
okay?
regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
I'm going to tell you that right now. An expert never goes out on their own without
When
direction
you
from
looked
counsel
at Mr. DeSorga's
because
report, did you
counsel
have
may not want them
concerns
to
about his
do what
report?
they suggest they
I
want
did,
to do.
yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event
This is like,
most closely
this is
tied
like
to the backing up
witchcraft,
event?
okay? This is ridiculous.
The backing up event.
Now we know
You
that
familiar with
clocks
that time
change,
frame?
variances
Yes,
change
I
all
am.
the time. So you just get to
Was
pick
Mr.
one
Sorga's
that's going to
analysis
support
based
you.
on
This
information
is
most closely
unbelievable
related
that
to
the
that
judge
event?
allowed even this in.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn.
Everybody is wrong.
So what
but
we
this
did
guy,
is did
the guy
a
who lies
more
about
thorough
his
analysis
credentials.
of that
I'm
3-point
sorry,
turn
I'm
event
talking
when
over
it
him. I know.
occurred
I can't even
within the
control
iPhone data,
myself. If I'd be
and then
sitting there in the
compared that
courtroom, I'd
and
be going to
adjusted
jail with a Boy
with
Scout.
the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events.
Oh my
So
gosh.
those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and
This
1
is
second
like-
offset
this is like bullshit
actually
beyond
from
bullshit. This is bullshit on top of
Mrs. Reed's
bullshit.
iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs
Mrs.
back
Reed.
up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2 second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look
My
at the
concern is that
3-point
Aperture
turn
let him
and
come back and
synchronize the
testify
clocks.
under the Aperture
Were you
title
aware
to give him
of
credibility,
Mr.
knowing he's a
Whiffen's
liar.
report where
I'm going to
he
say that. You want to sue me,
offered that
Mr.
the
Burgess?
last
You're a liar.
user interaction on Mr. Whiffen's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffen's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did
No,
that
because you
have
threw out
a
anything that's exculpatory.
part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
Then you don't need to look at any reports. Listen to this. If
You
he
were
didn't need
also
to match,
asked
he
if
didn't
you
need to
were
look at any
aware
of the other reports. He
of
just needed to make his own conclusions.
Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please?
The only person who's been misleading is you. Okay. All right. This is
You were shown this chart.
I will do a rant later on.
Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
Okay. So
No
this
objection. You want
was-
the defense entire report into evidence? No problemo. Man, take that back in the jury room.
Exhibit 191.
I really object to the fact that Aperture, who's supposed to be a great company, allows him to come back and testify knowing that he falsified his
You said as a
credentials
result of Mr. DeSorga's
and
report,
a lot of
you were
other stuff.
concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, what source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Oh, now you want to talk about not getting times wrong. Okay, let's listen. Let's look.
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. Here we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Kelly?
Right, it's coming from the Lexus itself. You didn't have to then
Up a
adjust
little bit,
it
please.
to.
Thank
You didn't have to make it fit.
The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any
For
danger
sure.
in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, possible from a liar.
You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that
Remember-
an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example
Remember,
of
This
of
guy,
variance,
Burgess,
um,
is the only one who knows how many seconds that John O'Keefe's
between-
phone allegedly is
well,
off.
so no.
Only
So I
one.
take that back. That is
Only
not
one.
an
Think about
example of
that.
variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
Okay, if we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Of
Tell
course
us
he
what
wasn't.
concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using,
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wait. She just struck it before. He says it again and she allows it.
Sure. So that this slide was
I'm gonna
potentially
cop- I'm
misleading
gonna
to the
cop the
jury
novel.
because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially, what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that again that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And could we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
You were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case, the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the text stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts.
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest. As well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event, to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. The second event
hope
is
the
also
jury's
based on
getting
that running
adjusting,
timer, so it would
approximate.
also be
I'm
adjusted.
the only one who found this. Everybody
is
is wrong. I
the-
hope the
did
jury's
you have any
understanding that this
concerns
is all
about
razzle
using
dazzle
phone calls
bullshit.
specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is a
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself.
We know it's been powered up because you saw it
that's
on
why we
Ring.
can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamp,
You're not comparing it to John O'Keefe's phone then, are you?
38:16.
Because supposedly to you, his phone's not active.
And 4:42:06 and 4:45:12.
So now what are you comparing it to? This
Was
guy
the
changes
power
apples
on
and
or off
oranges, talks back and forth.
with the car during those
And
four
it's
first
just
calls?
garbage.
Yeah, so
Just
with those
garbage.
first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because
I'm sorry. My
iPhones
husband
are
and I both
generally
have an iPhone.
pinging
You
back
put 'em
to
back
Apple
back. You don't
servers
see
or
one turning
GPS
to
towers
101
that
and
are the
one's at
same.
12:59.
So
You
those
don't-
times
even with
are
seconds,
pretty
you don't see
consistent
that.
and pretty
Come
accurate.
on.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part. Ask the question.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize 2 separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
And if we could zoom back on this?
This is just a this is not really recrawl.
The box on
What
the
it
right, is
him
that from your
going through
report?
his
Is that Mr.
conclusions again
That's
over and over
Mr.
again?
Disorder.
So if I say them again and again,
Was there
maybe the
anything
jury will
about that
believe it.
analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call.
Yep, there's an atomic
and this
clock
is comparing the
that
iPhone
everything is synced to,
from Mr. O'Keefe
generally.
with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on?
You are
the
right, Colorado. Yeah,
Lexus?
yeah.
Yes. So at this point, the power is
That's
on.
why
So this is
daylight
a
saving time
comparison
change,
of the
everything
infotainment
changes
clock
all
with the
across
iPhone clock at
the
that
nation,
time.
all
Could you zoom
across,
out?
and even more. Even 2B, the poodle
That
knows
final
that.
box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question.
Wait, so at 5 o'clock, all the
if
times
we
are
zoom
accurate,
back in
but,
to the
but,
box,
but because it's 5 hours from the event or 4 hours,
we can
can't
actually
say that's
see
accurate
in the data
beforehand.
what I'm talking about as
Oh,
far as clock
come
variance
on.
will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
So what I'm getting from this is
We have the next
everything
slide,
is
please.
fine except for the time that the defense expert said,
Could
and
we
also his expert
enlarge
said the
this?
times where the John O'Keefe allegedly was
Do you know
hit
where this
by the
photograph
car,
came
the
from?
prosecution alleges.
Yes.
But after
so
that,
this-
it's all
this
good. It's all fine.
Screenshot came from Dr.
Miraculously.
Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct. Yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're
Thank you for
looking at,
making it count.
if
I'll
we zoom
see
back
if,
out, so what that is
Diz and Miss
is
and
the
Oasis Cat can do a
12:23:38
2B rant soundbite.
is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But
Sure.
GPS
Ignore
154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the 12
glitched on me
to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSorga's.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay. Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion. Inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use
Karen,
the pointer,
the second
and I want
time
you
is
to take
even
us
worse.
line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time. So not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare. So we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is minus 21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the minus 20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's, right before the 3-point turn begins. And the minus 21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The minus 20 and minus 21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be, I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's, either way, it's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So that was finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided?
And
to
so
the defense by
Hank's
email on May
representation
8th?
that when he got the report on May 8th, it was a total surprise is
Do you know if it was
also
provided
a
to the
lie
defense?
to the court.
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us
Objection, Your Honor. Can we close, please, on scope?
I think the objection here is going to be now all you're doing is having him redo his testimony at the beginning. And just redoing your testimony and repeating it over and over for the jury does not make it true, does not make it more accurate, okay? And all. And, I mean, quite frankly, he just, when he says Hank's trying to rehabilitate him here, he says, you talked to him, when did you call me? May 7th, okay? And what was the result of the call? I was told to finish the report and submit it. So that means that on May 7th, Hank knew there was a report coming, okay? He denies he knew that this guy was working on it beforehand. I call that BS, okay? I'll call out BS. No expert just on his own decides to take on all the other experts, and then you're going to become the savior. Now, if he did that, it's because I'll refer you back to his Burgers and Bites X page, where he likes being a wizard. He loves to be called a wizard, and he's the one who can recover data that no one else can. So we have two possibilities here. Either he wanted to be the hero and inject himself and do it, or Hank Brennan knew that he was doing this and didn't reveal it to the defense. Because we do know that Hank Brennan represented to that court, and we put it on our X page, that he didn't know anything about this until he received the report on May 8th. That was a proven lie. That was a proven lie. Even by this numbskull testimony, okay? Because he doesn't know enough not to say, you know, that he doesn't know enough that Hank Brennan told the court that he was unaware of this and just got it out of the blue on May 8th, okay? So quite frankly, he should never have even been allowed. The judge should have done what he would have done if this were a defense expert and nixed him right out. And recall, while we all look at him, because we now say, hey, where is the theory of the prosecution's first trial, where supposedly Karen Reed, in anger, floored her car, floored her gas pedal, backed up 60 feet, 62 feet in 24.2 seconds and killed John O'Keefe. That was a testimony from Trooper Paul. You're not going to hear that now because it was so ridiculous in the first trial. So instead, they bring on this guy who's going to say somehow in her three-point turn, she nicked him, collided in such a way on the knee, and then maybe he pirouetted around and he fell on his head on the berm and cracked his skull. That's going to be their new theory. I'll guarantee you. Okay. That's the Commonwealth's new theory. And I think it's wrong for a judge to sit there knowing that you've had all these theories. Okay. When you're supposed to prove one theory beyond a reasonable doubt. Or maybe you're in a trial and you say, look, it could have happened either of these ways. We can't tell. All we know is this person did it. Okay. That's not what they're doing here. They're changing theories all the time. They're changing the reports all the time. They have one expert who gets on, Ian Whiffen, who gets on and talks about the fact that the phone was still going afterwards. There was still activity on the phone afterwards. Allegedly, there was the collision with John O'Keefe. Okay. So the two Commonwealth experts disagreed. Q, Mr. I didn't ever lie before a court that I had my degree, but it doesn't matter whether it's before a court. You lied every place else for 17 years. We showed, and people have showed his LinkedIn yesterday, which says that he had a BA degree. Now, his LinkedIn page didn't get changed by Aperture to now today, where it came on last night that he doesn't, and all the stuff there's not for expert designation. Okay, in his CV on Aperture still says Bachelor of Science in Math and Business 2022. Absolutely. And they got that CV from who? From him. Okay. All right. So I'm sure that Aperture, however you want to pronounce them, has been in crisis mode. But here's where I fault them. They allow him to come back. And I said last night to Michael Bryant, I thought there was a possibility he won't come back. They allow him to come back. Aperture bears responsibility here. They're allowing him to come back. They're probably going to allow Judson Welser to testify. Somehow their crisis mode is to think, well, you know, if we get a conviction here, it doesn't really matter. Then we can deal with all this stuff. This is garbage. This is bullshit. This is terrible. And this judge should not be allowing it. And notice how he changes. The car is fine at 5 o'clock. But we don't know the clocks were fine at another time. So we're going to say we have to sync it to some event. And so we're going to choose one. I'm going to choose one. I'm going to choose the one I think that's going to help me put the veil in front of the jury, right? Hoodwink the jury. If I had a hood, I'd put a hood over my head because that's what he's trying to do here. Now, apparently, the jury is interested. Now, we don't know if they're interested or they're keeping that stone face because remember, Judge Beverly Cannoni told them last week, let me see if I can get you the exact words because I know I have it right here. She asked, yes, I do, asked that they not mutter or talk or make expressions that would distract or interfere with their fellow jurors. Those were her words last week to the jury. So you don't know if they're being stoic there because they took some heat before the judge. Now, also, you know, Alessi has a right to recross here. Is she going to allow it? Is she going to allow it? I don't know. I don't know because in Massachusetts to allow a recross really is with the discretion of the judge. And she could have said, you made your points. I wouldn't put it past a Judge Cannoni the way she's been dealing with the defense, except that she kind of seems to like Alessi. And the reason she kind of seems to like Alessi is that is that she knows he has the receipts, okay? She knows that he comes totally prepared. She knows that he knows more than she does about this area. Oh, they're coming back in. What do they say, 15-minute lunch break?
Thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors, close the notebook, follow me.
Did she say 15-minute lunch break? We're going to make it quick? Did I hear that? I must be... let me see. I mean, we'll find out for a second. Just let me take a sip of my Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Okay. I think there's also another credible witness. I think that was John O'Keefe's best friend who testified very early in the trial, right? I thought he was obviously a credible witness. Why? Because he's the one who basically said, hey, they had a pretty good relationship. And yeah, if they had any disagreement, it was over how Karen Reed was spoiling the children. John O'Keefe did not like that. And that's a 50-minute. Okay, so at least there was a 5 in there, Dizzy. I was right, 50-minute lunch breaks. So that means they should be coming back at 1:50. Okay. So yeah, I agree. I think she allows a lot of stuff, but I don't know if she's gonna, she may not allow a recross. All right, she may not here, except for the fact that he is now, I think, gone beyond now, because what he's doing now is he is going through the report, which, believe it or not, is a gift, right? When Hank Brennan wanted to put in Soger's report, that's the defense report, as evidence, because I get to take that in the jury room. This guy's going through and saying, well, this is not right, this is not right, this is not right, this is not right, because I am the only one. Okay, I am the only one. So let me go through some of your questions. We've starred some of them. This report, by the way, was done on May 8th. It was sent to the prosecution on May 8th. And the defense said they received it on May 11th, which sounds like there was a Friday to a Monday, right? Mandy Reardon, it sounds like it was a Friday to the Monday. But whatever it was, we know that Hank's representation that he first learned that there was going to be a report on May 8th was false. Completely, specifically, outrageously false. And yet, no grave concerns. Has anyone, by the way, taken the website graveconcerns.com? Because grave concerns, none there from the judge here, whose duty it was to really make sure Karen Reed gets a fair trial. Okay, so let's look at this. Edward Scissorhands, this may have been shown before, but that's okay. Has entered Leslie, new member. Yes, enters that's this morning when he came in, because he is so surgically pointed in when he asks different questions. No word is unused. Every word has a specific meaning. Okay, Carrie Sipley Ferdozio. I'm not a lawyer, but Linda, isn't vetting a witness expert 101? It's fraud on Hank too, it seems. I don't think it's fraud on Hank. Okay, let's talk about vetting an expert. Yes, you have a duty when you put an expert on the stand to you're not vouching for them, but you are making sure, hopefully, that they are an expert, right? Now, there are certain disagreements as to what can be an expert, who can be an expert, what credentials qualify some. But we know a non-expert when we see one, okay? And this guy is not an expert. He, in my opinion, he believes that for some reason, he's got to bolster himself up to be a wizard, to be a hero. He doesn't have his whole thing with the courses and you go to school for 17 years and then instead you go to get your 2-year degree instead of finishing one more year in a college. And then I was watching a little bit of Turtle Boy last night. He had on matriculating commencement pamphlets that they found on the internet that supposedly has him graduating from the Alabama at different locations in different years. All right, 2021, I believe was 2022, another one. So, but they were different years, different locations, right? And all. So those, wherever they got those from, they had to be somehow changed, right? And to show him that he graduated, that he was, because we know he doesn't have degrees from either whatever college it is in Alabama. We know that those don't exist, okay? He also was able to get his report cards where he failed. He had failures on a lot of different things. I don't know how he got those. It must be somebody had to put them online or somebody and all. So I guess, if you search, and the problem is that we now have cross-examination by social media. And let me tell you, when we were in Aaron Hernandez, when we went to lunch every day, we looked at social media. It wasn't as big as it is now, but we looked to see, and when I lecture on it, I have screenshots of the different things the reporters and people were saying. All right. As a matter of fact, we even used a line from somebody and thanked the person for a line that they gave us that we had built into Jose Baez's summation. All right. So yes, we all look at it. And I'm sure there's people, both sides, looking at social media and seeing what is going on. And also leads. You get leads from different things, from people on social media. You get leads. And there's also, there's also these underground sites. And you can't imagine what you can find on these underground sites. Just put your private investigator on them. So, yeah, it's not fraud on Hank because he didn't ask anything about his credentials, so his education. So I know that Hank Brennan knew. by that, because you always ask about your expert witness's education. Always, always, always. Okay. So I think that Hank was trying to commit fraud. My opinion has changed on Hank, right? I said to you that he's a very good lawyer. Now, what I'm turning out, he's a very good, sneaky lawyer. All right. He's got, he's trying to win the case at all costs rather than do justice. And I think it's wrong. And when he misrepresented that May 8th date to the court, which now we learn is absolutely completely false. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. Okay. Let's see. Paula B., this isn't going to matter to the jury in the end. I actually started this question because I want to address this. That's a real possibility here for a number of reasons. The jury may just cancel out all the experts. All right. One possibility is the jury says, well, there's no murder here. All right. The judge really should grant a directed verdict for murder. There's no intent to murder here. There's no indication. They don't even have Trooper Paul on this as it is. Okay. So I think that should go. I mean, but will it? I don't know. Judge Kenney seems to be inclined to do anything that helps the defense. All right. One danger, though, and Michael Bryant and I have talked about it, we may be the only commenters talking about it, is a jury could go Occam's razor. They could say, look, she was really drunk, she did a 3-point turn, which, by the way, we thought they had abandoned in trial 1, but now they're bringing it back in trial 2. And she hit him, and she didn't know she hit him. And those 7 pieces may have been added to by the prosecution's by the Commonwealth, by one of its troopers, which they haven't really heard much about yet, except that he's around. That's Trooper Michael Proctor. But they were just trying to frame a guilty person. Okay, that's always a theory. They're just trying to frame a guilty person, and therefore I'm going to believe this because that's what makes the quickest sense to me. So that's a danger for the defense here, and the defense has to know that. They have to know that. And has there been enough in this trial to let the defense know everything that we know about Trooper Michael Proctor? They haven't really heard about Chloe yet, but they're going to hear about Chloe. Okay. I think the most important testimony they have is a testimony of the medical examiner, quite frankly. I don't care what all the other evidence is. If there is no medical evidence that a car collided with John O'Keefe, okay, you can't find him guilty, because you have to find that beyond a reasonable doubt. That, to me, is the case. That's always been the case. And I worry that a lot of this gets lost in that. And somehow I would have asked an objectionable question. Yes, I can do that too. And said, the medical examiner ruled there's no collision here. Okay. Do you take that into account? Or so go around this way. Sir, that you have to take everything into account when you're using this, because you know that the prosecution is using this to say that what you're saying is a collision, right? And so therefore you have to take everything into account. Did you take into account the fact the medical examiner here said there was no indication beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a SUV hit John O'Keefe? Objection, sustained. At least the jury hears it, okay, and says, oh, you mean they don't get to take that into account? I think that all of this has opened the door, because he talked about having the whole totality of the circumstances here. I think this has possibly opened the door to that. Anyhow, if I were Alessi, I would go there and I'd be like Alan Jackson. I would get that out of my mouth, even though there was an objection. Just finish asking that question. So yes, it's possible. It doesn't matter one way or another. They could find, hey, we're just going to ignore all the experts. We're going to go with this, or we're going to ignore all the experts and say, hey, look, there is no collision because the medical evidence said there's no collision. So I think the jury could ignore all of this. You're absolutely right. All right. And we also, by the way, use our own common sense. We have our phones, right? We have our phones. I look at my phone. I've looked at it all the time now. I never see if there's a variation in up to 30 seconds. I don't see my Alexa going to 109 when my iPhone is still at 108. I've never seen that. All right. And so everyone knows about, your devices and all, and what time they are. Now, if you have the manual input, that's a different story. All right. So we're going to try to get that Tues soundbite. Okay. Missy, I don't know if you've seen that. Let's see if we can get a Tues soundbite to go rough, and we're going to do a rant, or a Tues rant. Thank you very much for that, by the way, for that donation. Okay. So Pamela Jean, is it Pamela Jean or Pamela Jean? Can the defense bring on their video, or has she rejected that? Only use Hank's fraudulent blurry nonsense. It was clear when Lullaby Lowry was the Commonwealth. No, the defense can't can't attest to the video that that Trooper Paul used and all that stuff. They really can't. I think that they could make a motion to dismiss on the basis of fraud committing on the jury by changing a theory. I assume at some point we're going to see an omnibus motion if they think they. And motions. You remember, sometimes you have to make these motions even though you don't want it. You may think that you have that jury. Only defense can judge that, and by judging how the jury is reacting and if they judge it right. So let's see. Let's go back to Edward Scissorhands has entered again. Leslie, Linda, I would love to know where the J shape by the gash on John's head came from. Michael Bryant, did you say he was going to find out? But what do you think? Michael Bryant, I heard him say that. He wanted to ask my husband. My husband's not commenting on the case, so and he's got his own work to do. Remember, he had to work with the Sandra Birchmore case that you all know about. Maybe after this case, I was able to drag him one night here to let you know what medical examiners generally do. But I don't think that he wants to get involved in this whole morass. I mean, look at us. We have no life. Okay. So, I'd love to know too. I think that the defense medical examiner may discuss this because we already heard from Alan Jackson in opening. She's going to say that it was either it had to be a raised surface that hit the head. It wasn't the flat ground because of the pattern in the back of John O'Keefe's head. So I think we're going to hear that when we hear from the defense medical examiner as to what caused that. Okay, let's see. One bucket. Hold on a second. One bucket. At this point, defense requests all communication between Commonwealth and Aperture now due to Hank's misinformation. Yeah, they could. I don't know if they have. I mean, there may be things going on in the background. We don't know. I think they need everything. And I think they need right now Aperture. I think they need Aperture. And they're changing all the stuff and whether or not they were provided that lie. And I think that there may be some issues with regard to that. And defense asking for subpoenas on that and also asking for a witness on that if it should come to that. Okay, so yeah. All right. Madeira Beach caregiver. Hi. L&M. I emailed and offered to Michael of gifting some of my Southwest Airlines rapid points for one night hotel stay in Dedham. You are just such a supporter in that. Okay. He's the one that's going. He may go. This week kind of got screwed up because he wanted to go last week and that didn't work out. But it turns out that was a good thing. I think he's going to go. Our plans are right now that he goes Wednesday and Thursday. That's tomorrow and Thursday. And then I'll be on in the morning. He'll take over in the afternoon. And then on Wednesday night, we'll do obviously the joint show at 6 o'clock and he'll be in Dedham. And we're also going to have for you a very special treat. We're going to have our own accident reconstructionist who is like a gigantic accident reconstructionist in California. Okay. He's going to give you the honest truth about what he believes this testimony has shown, whether it's bullshit or not. So we were going to have him on tonight, but I thought it was just a little bit too early because we haven't seen the finish of this witness and we don't know whether Judson Welser is going to follow this witness. Probably so. And I'd like to have our accident reconstructions, whose name I will give you tomorrow, so people don't go out and steal him from us on tomorrow night. But he will be on at our show probably around 6:30 tomorrow night, as it stands right now. But thank you, Madeira Beach caregiver. I mean, there's some talk about whether I should go up not the week after Memorial Day, but the following week when the defense has their case. So we'll see whether I make that trip. It's a lot longer trip for me than Michael Bryant, but we'll see if we can work that out. If not, one of us will be there. I know Michael Bryant plans to go for jury deliberations there. Thank you so much. Joey Kane has gifted another Justice Served TV membership, and then another Justice Served TV membership, and then another Justice Served TV membership. And we have to thank you all for your generosity in trying to keep us going. We did hit 13,000, subscribers yesterday. So if you're here watching from Twitter, let me just say something from Twitter X, I see that HBO Max is going now back to HBO Max instead of Max because everyone called it HBO. No one called it Max. It was like when Court TV rebranded years ago to In Session. Who the heck was In Session? People still said Court TV, and obviously it's a name that now Vinnie Politan and that Scripps Group now own. Okay. I expect at some point that maybe unless the person who owns X Twitter is just so stuck on X that maybe he'll go back to X Twitter and put Twitter in the name, because it has something. I believe when you tweet something out, people know where to look. You say you posted, it could be anywhere. It could be posted on your account. It could be posted on Facebook. It could be posted on Instagram. But if you say you tweeted something, you know exactly where to go. So I like to call it at least X Twitter. I know Michael Bryant X, but that's where we are on that. We have a little bit of a disagreement on that in terms of there. But again, let me thank you, Madeira Beach Caregiver. We'll take a look at that email. I don't think I was on the JSTV TV email this morning or yesterday for a number of reasons, but we'll take a look at it again. You're just so gracious. All right, so yeah, I think that that there's a lot going on behind the scenes. You have to assume that the defense, and I know this from Alan Jackson. Okay, a couple of things I know from Alan Jackson trying a case against him. Number one, when I think I did something about this, I put it in our chat yesterday. When I did Spectre against him, and I got the hung jury, and we fought like dogs and cats for cats and dogs or kangaroos or whatever, for 6 months. Okay, there are criminalists who came to, and I teach all this because he did one of these, you're lifting up your jacket, to get air because you're under, your cross is getting uncomfortable. When I was doing the cross examination, immediately put in a report about it something being a homicide. All right, so that was the same thing you heard with one of the people here on the cross examination. Immediately put in your report you had it was a homicide, right? That's something that I did, Inspector, and then something he did, Inspector, is he subpoenaed all the backup to the CVs of my experts, right? The ones that he knew about. Now, my consulting experts, because he wouldn't know who those were, all right, and to make sure that their CVs were valid. I imagine that given all this, now in Massachusetts, you may need the court to sign off on that. That's the problem. And the other problem is you're going to another state. So when you do an interstate subpoena, you have to get an authorization from the court in Massachusetts, which maybe they're at odds and they don't want to go to Judge Bev for this, Judge Beverly Canoni for this. Then you have to take that subpoena and you have to go hire a lawyer in, let's say, in Alabama, and the lawyer has to file an action that says, can we issue a subpoena in Alabama? Then you got to get an Alabama attorney. So it's a very long, involved process. It's very easy to do when you're a governmental entity, but when you're a defendant, it costs you a lot of money, all right, to do it. And you're also giving away your strategy because you have to go before the judge to get it. When you're a governmental entity, you can even get a warrant sometimes on that. You say, for this one, if the government thought this was a defense expert, they would fill out a search warrant. They get a judge to issue a search warrant on the basis of possible investigation into perjury, right? Or lying or obstruction by lying on a CV as an expert. So, so those two things I do know, and those two insights I can give you with Alan Jackson, having spent that time in court, with both of us doing one side or the other. So let's see where we are. So let's talk about this. Oh, thank you. Thank you so very much. You're appreciative. Just one more thing on the schedule. So when Michael Bryant goes to Dedham, she travels tomorrow, I'll be doing my normal, I'll be doing the morning, and then we'll switch off again after lunch on the afternoon. And then our evening session with our accident reconstructionist. And on Thursday, Michael Bryant will be in Dedham. He'll be doing the morning, okay? I will be actually driving to the country, and we'll both then, when I get there, do probably a question and answer when court finishes, a lunch hour show. And then right now I'm scheduled to actually go on Fox Nation, a new show they have there. And I'll get you that information from 3 to 3:45 as a commenter. I haven't really done that. I've commented too for their internet write-ups with Mike Ruiz, who's a great reporter there and goes to a lot of different scenes and all. But I've been trying to just promote JSTV TV, and I'm going to try to keep promoting JSTV TV because you've shown us that we can grow, and then we are someone's that you come to. So in that, please, if you're coming from X Twitter, please hit the like button and the subscribe here. And you can watch it on the Twitter, but make sure you subscribe to us here. You have to come to YouTube to do that. And also, if you subscribe to us, you can get in this chat, which is a very lively chat. People are waiting here constantly for the chat, and they're talking with each other and have absolutely great questions. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Maddie Matlock. You're going to be great on TV, Linda. Yeah, I have a little bit of experience, so I hope to, basically. And Madeira Beach Caregiver note say, one great supporter of ours, membership started only $2.99 a month. That's in addition to being subscribers. And Michael Bryant usually is posting different things. I'm a little more lackadaisical about that. I tend to do all the sharing on social media, but he does post on that. You get early access, and then I know, Missy, we need to set up the two individual chats we have with our Supreme Court members. That's the upper tier membership. Maybe we can set it up for this week or even over the weekend or next week in all, because I think our person said the end of the month would be great. And we're approaching, I think we're kind of approaching the end of the month, but thank you very much. So Joey Kane, thank you so much. Gifted 10 Justice Serve TV membership. If you don't know about Joey, Joey has made these Mr. Fluffernutter. He made the Mr. Fluffernutter animation because I call Ian Whiffen one thing, and I call Flementi and Natal another thing. Then Flementi and Natal, I've kind of put them together in a portmanteau, and they call them Mr. Fluffernutter. And he's made that, and also Ian Whiffen, I've called it Wiffle Ball. They're hysterical. And you can find them on our Justice Serve TV page, but they're really, really funny. But also, yeah, so hit right now, just give you 2 seconds, a like, so share, subscribe, but the like and the subscribe first, and then you can hit the share. So if you're coming from Twitter, X, please do that for us. We're here giving your time, and our moderators are here giving their time for you. We wouldn't do this unless you accepted. All of you seem to be watching. So thank you very much. Okay, so let me go back and let's see, because I know I saw a lot of different questions coming about that. Paula B talks about what the first jury ended up doing. I think you're right. The first jury threw out the murder charge, and then they got stuck on the second charge. So I have a question to all of you. Do you think the prosecution and here, remember, all the jury's supposed to know is what occurred in that well. When we teach this, okay, we call that's their truth, and their truth doesn't be out about here. It doesn't even have to be the real truth, but their truth is in that 4 corners of that well. That's after you enter the bar and where all the lawyers are, and then the judge is on the bench. We tend to, I think, sometimes we think that they've heard things which they haven't. They've heard the name Michael Proctor a lot, but how are they going to learn that Michael Proctor has been fired for his work on this case? How are they going to learn that Michael Proctor, that the Sally Port video was really inverted, and really it was because Michael Proctor was at the corner? How are they going, that Sally Port video was huge in the first case. It seems to me it's gotten lost in this case, all right? Now, we do have Mr. Alessi, who's a lot more, shall we say, on the forensic evidence, putting a lot more forward in cross-examination than we did have the first case, okay? So, Hank, I'm just seeing some of this. PTS dealer, if I were Alessi, I would correct the record and point out that Hank was incorrect. Oprah had a degree. I don't even think you had to. That was such bullshit, okay? That was such absolute garbage, right? On that, just today, we all, and we've said this, you don't need to have a degree to be terrific, right? You can be like Mona Lisa Vitae in My Cousin Biddy, and she knows the times of the Pontiac and the cars, like a lay expert. You don't need to be that. We all know that. My dad didn't have a degree. He's one of the smartest people I know. My mother didn't even graduate high school. She was very smart. Okay. So, I mean, they were, they came from the immigrant background, right? So, I don't think anyone is here saying I don't think anyone here is saying that because he didn't have a degree, he shouldn't be an expert. But when you start lying about your credentials because you want to be an expert, because you want to be thought of better, and you do this for a long period of time, and you have things that simply don't make sense, and then the prosecution puts you up there as an expert. And if you look at, again, please go to his Twitter page. If I were as good as Aidan Carney, he could bring it right into right now. He'd go to that Twitter page and lively look at it. Okay, his Twitter page, when I looked at it the first time I looked at it before even we heard the cross-examination, was like, come on. When I start seeing that somebody can recover crash data that no one else can, I know that I don't care what he says. You wrote one article. I know this is not peer-reviewed by people in the industry. People in the industry are ARCA, right? The federal government didn't go to Shanon Burgess. The federal government didn't go to them. The federal government didn't go to Aperture. Why? Because Aperture appears to be, in my opinion, a clearinghouse. They either have people, they either buy people, or the people are joining them, paying some kind of fee, and then they can advertise on their website, and you say, here are our experts here, and all. Different than ARCA, which has a physical site with a certain amount of definite people that are experts. They work out of that site. There's a billing office and all. Now, This is kind of like, maybe you can kind of say it's like the Blue Pearl vet, right? For those, since we're going to talk Chloe at some point, they go on the stock market, a big company comes in, they buy Blue Pearl, and they call them all these Blue Pearl vets, and they buy all these small offices, and everyone becomes a Blue Pearl associated vet. So that doesn't mean that people there aren't experts. But when you have someone like Shanon Burgess, he's out of where? Where did he come from? Okay. How did he get to ACA? Okay. Was it because he self-promoted himself? Was it because he was with another group and he just came along in that group and then he's an expert there? I think, again, I will say to it, I think ACA is fine. I think Aperture has a duty to come forward. I think they had a duty to pull him. And I can tell you that, in my opinion, people, any case that he's been involved with, people are now looking up on Aperture, and they're looking up their cases. They're going to see if this guy had anything to do with it. They may even settle cases and civil suits based on reports that he wrote, okay? And it turns out that it was all fraudulent, okay? And it would be a lot different, right? A lot different, right? Things would have gone differently. He also said he did some criminal. And, it was a pretty red flag to me that he as a main expert, supposedly developed all this stuff, supposedly all this crash stuff that only he can do, has never testified, been called in federal court. He only had 4 state testimonies where you have to begin somewhere. But usually your best witnesses, they've testified everywhere and they get attacked for it. But it usually goes to show you that they're wanted because they know what they're doing, whether it be a crash expert, a medical expert, a data recovery expert. Okay. When we had the Johnny Depp trial and Amber Heard, remember the experts, right? The experts, you may not have liked them. You may not have liked their opinion. You may not have believed them. You may have believed one side versus the other, but they were experts. They weren't making up shit. All right. That's the best I can say. They weren't making up shit. Joey Kane says he's a very good weasel mob lawyer. Well, you don't get to be the lawyer for, and I'll say it again, for Whitey Bulger for 8 years and still liked by his family even after you got stabbed, unless they thought that you were some kind of lawyer that could do their work for them. And he was taught well in the defense bar, because you can see that technically he's very good. And if you want to give him credit, you can say this: look, he was brought in to change how this case was viewed and to make sure the court gave the defense a hard time. And he's done that. He's done. If you want to say this was your assignment, he's done that. But okay, the other day on Friday, let's remember, this is only Tuesday. This just happened on Friday, when the Commonwealth wanted to bring him in, okay, with his new report, which he would call protocols. Okay, Hank Brennan said, and when you did your report, excuse me, when you did your report, Hank Brennan called it a report. You didn't call it a protocol. This guy was like, well, I changed a protocol that I had given you. Okay, he was hired last October. Okay, and then all of a sudden, on his own, without knowing anything about the trial, he decides that he sees a PowerPoint, and he decides, well, we're out of the blue, without any scope of work, without any agreement to be paid. He's will continue to work on something to say everybody else in this case was wrong, including even my expert, Judd Welcher, was wrong, because he's going to testify again, and I want him to be able to conclude we're going to be the heroes here. All right, you are complicit, Aperture, because you're allowing this happen, and you're allowing one of your owner partners, vice president of operations, I think he is, right? You guys can check that on me, to come in and use this falsified information because you want to get yourself a more looking good. Let me tell you, you don't look very good. What would make you look good in people's eyes is you pulled this guy and you pulled Judd Welcher from this case, okay? That's what would make you look good. But Brennan specifically lied to the court, specifically lied. And let me put it to you this way. If he did that in a federal court, and just did that, the judge would have that transcript pulled up, and he would just be discussing contempt, and we'd be discussing proceedings that would occur afterwards, right? And all. You wouldn't be sitting here and giving him the benefit of the doubt, all right, and letting him now put his whole case back on redirect. You just wouldn't do it. So for the first time, I'm going to say to you, I admonish the judge for doing this. I may never get another Prague Vici in Massachusetts because she's a big deal there. I admonish Aperture for doing this. And quite frankly, if you're Judd Welcher, you shouldn't be whoring yourself. And let's put it that way, okay? And yet I appreciate sex workers. I think they are really the downtrodden. You see the Long Island list killer, they can get killed. But basically, you're selling your soul, right? You're selling your soul so that you could become a hero to the Commonwealth and maybe be hired by other prosecutors and DA's offices. And did you see? And we'll pull it up tonight. That Aperture was one of the sponsors. They were the big sponsor in May for the Massachusetts State Bar Association annual dinner. What do you think they want? This is their advertising to get work from also other attorneys. Well, let me put it to you this way. If I were an attorney, I would be like running with my roller skates. I'm going to have to get some from Miss Shorty. Hi, Miss Shorty. We haven't seen you in a while. I'm going to have to get some from Miss Shorty. But I did bring my sneakers to show you that I'm ready to run away. Okay? I'm ready to run away from this guy. And that's what the prosecution should be doing. And that's what everyone should be seeking justice and set this right. Okay? Yeah. So yes, I agree with the Pereira girl. We're kind of discussing that. Okay. Let me go to Miss Madeline Maddie Matlock. Okay. Is this why Judge Kenney didn't allow the voir dire because she would have to exclude Shannon? She didn't allow the voir dire because she was trying to screw the defense. All right. She didn't care that they were coming in. She knew that the opinion was going to be good for the prosecutor. I don't think she knew anything that was going to happen about this guy's education. The defense kept that very tightly held secret. And I've said it on a tweet, a post last night, a tweet, that sometimes we as defense attorneys, and I've talked to you about this in the past, do things and we object so much to evidence coming in, but we really want it to come in. Why? Because we know we're going to be able to take a jackhammer to it and spread it into 1,000 pieces and make the prosecution look bad. Okay, even in civil cases, sometimes you fight for evidence not coming in, but you kind of really want it to come in. Look, Bob Alessi's known this. They've had this guy, because he's been on the witness list, they've had him scoped out for a long time. This just gave them an opportunity to deal with it, and then he would have to learn what the report would say, the new report would say. And I think he was pretty confident what it would say. But they knew, because that first half of that cross-examination, that first 2 hours was all about this man's credentials and him lying. And you can't misrepresent your credentials when you are an expert in a murder case. He's an expert in a murder case, okay? He's an expert in a murder case, okay? All right. So Beth, by the way, just did some really interesting sleuthing on behalf of us. The employment opportunities on Aperture under technical requirements say BS at minimum. Okay, that means Bachelor of Science, but you know what I'm going to say it means. They want bullshit at a minimum because that's what they got here with this guy. He probably followed that qualification. They got bullshit as a minimum here with him and all. But again, they didn't check his qualifications. And, as an employee, you can't go to a college, a university. This is a federal law. You can't get the records from somebody. They have to give them to you, or they have to sign a release so that you can get the records, the diplomas and what they graduated in. You can't do that. It's all protected by federal law. Even parents can't get the records of their kids. I have a son who was going to school every day, and turns out he never went to class. I couldn't get the records to confirm my suspicions or not. Turns out I was right. He never went to class. He was having a great old time, but he wasn't going to class. But I couldn't get those records that he never registered for a course. Just like they can't, even here, they can't get the records without there being some kind of search warrant or a separate subpoena being issued by a court. And remember, again, if indeed federal government's much easier to get them if you're in a federal case, because you can have a federal court sign a subpoena, which is good for a lot of things for a longer area and all. But you can't get the record. They're protected under the Privacy Act, the Higher Education Privacy Act. I forget what its specific name is. So, but yes, Beth, they certainly got what they applied for, right? They got the bullshit from Shanon Burgess. All right. So yes, thank you very much. Okay. So, let's see what else you've got here going, because I see a lot of questions. Okay. Let's see. Debbie Palm. So this guy's throwing the other Commonwealth witnesses under the bus. Yes, he is throwing. Well, here's what he's saying. He's saying they didn't know enough to do what I did. And I'm sure that if you brought Ian Whiffen back on, he'd now change his report and he'd say, oh, well, yes, now with this information, which is why when it was a clue when Hank Brennan last week said, do you have to call to the Commonwealth Burgess first? Because can't we call Welcher and then that would give the defense more time to get ready for Burgess? And Hank Brennan said, no, I must call Burgess first. So that's how you knew that this is very important to them. And I'm sure that if we ever get to trial 3, everybody on the Commonwealth would again change their reports as to what's been going on, right? They'd again change their reports as to what's been going on, okay? Pamela Jean, again, we talked about this. I appreciate the Emmy doing trial 1 and respect more doing trial 2. She wasn't putting her credibility on the line. I just love it. I think she likes Bob Alessi. Yeah, she wasn't putting her credibility on the line, and Hank Brennan treated her like a jerk that he is, right? You know, why are the women always being treated like jerks? I have to tell you something. When I post under our Justice Serve TV account on X Twitter, all right, everyone reposts it, people make comments, whatever, you know. But when I post under my own account, the same exact post that is viewed as a pro Karen Reed post as opposed to a pro the Constitution, pro beyond proof beyond a reasonable doubt post, I get attacked by people. There was one jerk yesterday who when I responded to something he said, then gave me a jerk back, and then he ends up sending me a dick pic with somebody sucking a dick. Okay, all right, I can take it. You know, even though I went to Catholic school, I can take it. But I didn't get that posting from Justice Serve TV. I got a posting from my account. All right, and I found that when I first started posting about anything that would be bad for the Commonwealth, okay, on Karen Reed, that there was like the trolls and the bots came out, right? But they came out under my account. They didn't come out on Justice Serve TV. So I, you know, while I think that, you know, even this guy here, he was going after the woman, he was going after Gaffney. She didn't, you know, she's to blame basically for my mistake. The gigabytes versus gigabits. She's to blame. I mean, you're going after Karen Reed. You're going after the female medical examiner. You're going after yeah, there's 2B again, by the way. Kind of enjoying this rant. You're going after what the female medical examiner, and you're going after Gaffney, and you're going after Karen Reed, right? There's 3 right there, right? The gaslighting, and you may disagree with me, but I think that it gets approved here by the Commonwealth. I think what Hank Brennan did or tried to do to his own medical examiner is ridiculous. You see, even with we all know about the whack job, right? You think that she was going to change her opinion after she knew that the state police called her a whack job? You know, by the way, let's go on a mini rant. Let's talk about the Massachusetts State Police. Okay, now I may not be able to drive up there then by the time I finish this mini rant. We now know that they finally made an arrest in Dedham County, in the Staunton area and all. Who did they arrest? They arrested Erica Walsh, right? Because she's wearing a microdots, okay, sweatshirt from the merch store. And I've posted their merch store on before. From the merch store, just like we have a merchandise store, right? Just like we have a merch store, all right? She's wearing a microdots sweatshirt, all right? Now, our merch store, you know, has our logo on it, you know, and all. I'm taking a little sip as I bring it over. I know. Their merch store has a bunch of things framed and all sorts of stuff. But one of the things it has, it says Norfolk County, criminals run Norfolk County. And it's on the back of a sweatshirt, not even on the front. All right, on the back of a sweatshirt. Last week, we saw she got manhandled, and it was a man who handled her, Trooper Hardman, because she was wearing that sweatshirt. And a 4th lawsuit was filed by Mark Randazzo for violation of the First Amendment, because supposedly she can't wear that sweatshirt because somehow that interferes with Karen Reed. Okay, it's such bullshit. But then we also saw that this week she gets arrested. Mark Randazzo is sitting right there. He wants to go walk through the buffer zone with her. She's there right there. She's told, because they told her once to take off that sweatshirt. They have now interpreted the whole buffer zone win, the First Amendment win, as something that they could even do more. They actually then they made an arrest. They arrested her. Well, they arrested her for trespass. Well, they finally made an arrest. Good for them, Massachusetts State Police. But you guess what? Who hasn't been arrested by the Massachusetts State Police? Mr. Farwell. He's only been arrested by the feds. Who hasn't been indicted by the state of Massachusetts? Mr. Farwell in the Sandra Birchwell case. He hasn't, no indictments, no arrest by them, only the feds. So I'm sure that the Massachusetts State Police find it easy to manhandle, to degrade, to actually have her take off her shirt, if you recall, being in her bra, because she is female and because they didn't like the fact that she was basically, in their thoughts, giving them this, okay? What is that? That's the finger, okay? What is she doing? She was giving them the finger in their minds, okay? And those men couldn't take it. And they've taken the whole win in the First Amendment, that you're supposed to be in that First Amendment zone. You can wear anything you want. You can say free Karen Read. You can say the trial is a sham. You can do anything you want, as long as it's not your intention to interfere with the trial going on with the jurors, to obstruct justice. That was the whole idea of the First Amendment win. And if something happens that you get degraded, upgraded, affronted, accosted, confronted by anybody, you should be able to have immediate access to getting it resolved. What was her immediate access? Her immediate access was to be put in handcuffs and put in the hoosegow, where she stayed for a number of hours until she could make bail. All right. Where she stayed for a number of hours. Let me repeat that, until she can make bail. And then she's supposed to have a hearing, I guess, what is it, sometime today on this issue. And then on Thursday, there was a hearing in federal court at 3 o'clock. And Judge June in federal court is not going to take lightly to the fact that he told Judge Kenney to resolve this matter in 2 days. So supposedly she does. She doesn't change anything about the buffer zone except to say, she puts in the wording that you have to have intent to interfere and an immediate redress. People are arrested without an intent to interfere, with wording that doesn't do anything, across the street from the courthouse. And we also saw Tom, CPU Tom, right? He's in a sling. Why? Because the trooper picked him up and brought him over and pushed him down, okay? When he's supposed to be allowed to be where he is, because it's not really a buffer zone. It's supposed to be a First Amendment zone. And I'll guarantee you the federal court ain't happy about what's going on there. And I'll guarantee you that the Attorney General of the United States of America of the Civil Rights Division, who actually founded the center that Mark Randazzo is supporting Mark Randazzo on this, the Center for Liberty, right? That we've put on their website to donate to them if you feel anything, if you feel like it, because they're supporting all of these protesters, they're supporting the First Amendment. I wouldn't say protesters, not even demonstrators. They're just expressing their First Amendment right. They're people expressing their opinions, right? On it. She started that. And she has been posting updates on her personal website, personal Twitter account about it. So you don't think the feds are watching this? You're so stupid, Massachusetts State Police, that you don't even realize the feds are watching this. Where is Governor Maura Healey? Where is the Attorney General of the state of Massachusetts? No one has obviously trained these people on what the First Amendment means. No one's trained these people on what that order means. And Judge Kenney, where are you? You're out there. You can look out your curtain window and see what's going on. You can't be so completely shielded that you don't know what's happening, that you would not call everybody and say, look, we're going to resolve this here. I'm not changing my order. This is not right. All right. But you know what? They're not going to do it because they know that they're going to get sued. All right. They know they're going to get sued again. And let me tell you, they are. And let me tell you that Erica Walsh, I hope she wins $1 million for what's happened to her. Our own Michael Bryant still has his case up there, because when he goes up tomorrow and he's going to go through that First Amendment zone with his microphone, trying to interview people, let's see what the Massachusetts State Police do to him. I know you've all topped off his bail fund. He may need it because he believes we took this action, right? We decided to take this action and file the suit because the First Amendment is important. Now, just like I told you, the guy sent me this dick picture, disgusting, right? You can't obviously talk about the case legitimately. You have to resort to that. But you know what? I'm gonna say because of the First Amendment, you have a right to do it. You have a right to do whatever you want to do, as long as you're not threatening me in some way, as long as you're not putting my life in danger in some way. Okay. And that's where the line should be drawn. You can't, as we say, as we learn in law school, we cannot yell fire in a crowded theater, because that could cause a danger of having people getting trampled to death. You can't create a danger with it. But as long as you don't create a danger and you don't have the intent to create a danger, especially, that's where you draw the line. Okay, let's see. All right, let me go to some of these questions as I'm scrolling at Mandy Reardon. Linda, I thought the report, and we have some more starred questions I'm going to get to. The report was disclosed to the defense on May 11th because that's when Spanky said he received it. They said they got it on May 11th. They probably sent it on May 11th. It probably came in late on a Friday on May 8th, and they sent it on May 11th. So let's go through some of your questions. Thank you, Nurse Kim. First super chat here. Where'd you get the cute hat on the couch? Okay. All right, this is your first super chat. This was a gift. And it's initial. There was a gift by Christina Hulbert, who actually took care of 2B a lot for the first years of his life. And she had it made. It says justice allayed, justice denied, and we're making arrangements to get justice served because it has to be burnt into the hat, and we don't want to ruin the hat. So that's what that is. I have worn this hat. As you can see. It's pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. I mean, it'd be great. It's great for the poker table with my yoga pants. So, but I love it here, and we will get justice served. TV burnt on the front of it. So that's where that hat came from. And the dinosaur, it was left here by Tues, and I didn't have the heart to take it off. Okay, he came in, he bought his dinosaur, he left it here just as I was moving over here from my desk to do the show because I have to be here for so long with you. So I figured I might as well be comfortable during the day, and also that's where that is. So that's Tues dinosaur or dino, whatever. Classic Clippy. Second question: wasn't Brennan directing him to write report when he told Shanon to finish report? Yes. Thank you for saying that. I have that right in here. He actually has said to him to finish the report and send it to me. So it makes the misrepresentation to the court even worse. Not only did he know that he was writing it before May 8th, he told him to finish it and send to me. And I don't believe for one moment that he wasn't instructed to write this report or given the wink or somebody on a third party was that he could do this, blah, blah, blah. Because you don't just go doing reports when you're an expert. You are you're directed by the person that gives you a report. I only had one expert that did a supplemental report after and I didn't use it and I threw it away and I wasn't going to use it because that was not what I directed that person to do, and nor what I would pay for. All right. In all the years I've been practicing, they just don't do that. There's parameters, and you give them job scopes, and you give them, this is what you want, and here's your questions you want answered, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all that becomes discoverable. That's why you do it. And by the way, somebody posted in the beginning of this report, it said pursuant to your request, right? So we do know that now when he said pursuant to his request, that request was made on May 7th. That was right. I hope that Alessi picked that up because it went by so fast on it. He picked it up so that when he testified yesterday, Burgess, that pursuant to the request, he just put that as code copy. He was doing it pursuant to Hank Brennan's request. Hank Brennan told him to finish the report and send it. And by the way, the word pursuant apparently was misspelled. I've seen a copy of what's alleged to have been the beginning of it. I don't know if it's true or not. It says PURSU, PURSUENT, as opposed to ANT. Okay. If that is, then he may have misspelled that. Okay. Now, I have an excuse. As you know, I don't keyboard well. You were giving my nails. All right. And everyone knows that I have learned to speak when I keyboard, even people I work with. But they get to kind of understand it, they get to kind of know the drift, okay? But as an expert, if I'm doing a report or a brief, I'm going to have somebody check it and everything's going to be fixed, okay? So pursuant to your request did mean something. So he lied yesterday on the stand when he said it wasn't pursuant to Hank Brennan's request because Hank Brennan was pursuant to Hank Brennan's request because today he changed his story. So I hope Alessi picks up on that. Thank you for bringing that back to my attention because I did have that in my notes. I was so pissed off at that when I saw that. Thank you. That was really great. All right. Kimberlina, 15, member for 2 months. The case is maddening. It needs to stop now. Okay. The case is maddening, needs to stop now. We all agree. We all agree. And, in some courts, as we've seen, that the judges will get so annoyed that there's been such a violation of Brady from the prosecution. The defense is supposed to let people in, even if it's late. The defense is supposed to let people in. Okay. Diz, I know that. I have responded to them because I initially was supposed to do Friday on Fox Nation. I'm going to do Thursday on Fox Nation. It works in perfectly because it's in between 1 and 2 was our wrap-up show here. And then I'll do Fox Nation 3 to 3:45. And then I'll come back at 6 o'clock for a show here with you all on Thursday. So yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll try to tout this. All right. So the case is maddening. Now, at the end of it, making a motion to dismiss a case, normally that's pretty pro forma, but really, I don't see any evidence of murder here. I see no evidence of murder. But you know what? I know this judge isn't gonna dismiss that top charge. It would be the biggest surprise in my life if she did. I will have to eat the hat. No, I can't eat the hat because I can't do that. But I'd have to eat. I'll tell you what. If she dismisses that charge of murder, I will eat a beet. And anybody who knows me knows I hate beets more than I hate the world. That may even hate this trial. Okay. Someday I'll share a picture with that with our members of me and Beats when I was a child. Okay, so we have Lacey Ann, member for 1 month. ARCA handed the report on the 7th. Hank panicked and contacted Burgess, guaranteed. I think that there's something to that. I mean, because Burgess, look at him. Unless Burgess called and said, I can do this. Because, look, they didn't have this when Ian Whiffen testified. Somebody decided they were going to come in here and be a hero. I wouldn't be surprised if Hank has now called Whiffen to now redo his report and say, Your Honor, I want to, I'm going to save this. I think Hank is saving stuff for rebuttal. I think he's saving stuff for rebuttal. When ARCA testifies, he's going to have other experts come back on and say, look, Your Honor, this is now information. ARCA addressed the discrepancies in Mr. Burgess's report. So now I'm entitled to bring back my experts and talk to them. I don't put that past him. I don't put that past sneaky Hank Brennan right now. Okay, now you see, go look at the original things when we talked about this case. My tone has changed from how I view the judge into how I view Hank Brennan, right? I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I thought the judge is highly respected. She's done this, she's done that. But I have seen ever since she went after Alan Jackson, and therefore Karen Reed in open court by going after Alan Jackson and tried to change, and everyone, oh, look at that slimy defense, right? Okay, on the basis that he got a bill from ARCA after the trial ended on trial 1. And what is he supposed to do? Call everybody up and say, oh, let's reconvene. I got a bill from them. He called the U.S. attorney and said, should I pay it? And they said, yeah, can I pay it? Yes. That's what you do. All right. That's exactly what you do. I mean, so, it's what can I say? And I saw her change. And what she did by talking about her having grave concerns, she was shaking. I've got some information. I've got grave concerns. The information she got from Hank Brennan turned out to be given in discovery by the defense. But Hank Brennan then had set the whole world afire against the defense, against Alan Jackson, and then said, whoops, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I did get it in discovery, right? But no one heard that because it was the whisper that wasn't heard around the world, all right? The allegation that was wrong was heard around the world. The whisper that showed that Hank Brennan was actually had lied to the court, it turns out, and now I believe that was a lie the first time, not just a mistake, was heard around the world. So that's where we've gone with that. Yes, you want this case. It's so maddening. It's so maddening, and it's maddening for a lot of things. All right, do you really know what happened to John O'Keefe? I don't. I'm not going to sit here and say I do. I have no idea what happened tonight. Okay. All I know is that the state has not proved the crime to me beyond a reasonable doubt, any crime beyond a reasonable doubt, to anyone. I've got hypotheses. I've got theories. Excuse me. Alexa, what does Merriam-Webster dictionary define theory as? She's not talking to me.
Here is an
Oh, here we
answer
go.
from an Alexa Answers contributor that I translated. Theory means speculative, methodical, and organized knowledge of a hypothetical and synthetic nature. It also means a set of rules or laws, more or less systematized, applied to a specific area.
There you go. Okay. In case Yuri Buchanan is listening, we just had Alexa answer with theory. So I have theories. I have hypotheses of what happened. Okay. None of them involved at this point finding Karen Reed guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But if the jury's in that room and they can't say that they know beyond a reasonable doubt the state has proven them what happened to John O'Keefe, no one should convict Karen Reed. No one should convict Karen Reed, okay? And yet there's a danger that she'll get convicted. They've been sitting there, well, she wouldn't be here, unless something happened, she screamed, she said, could I have hit him? Now, to me, again, I'm going to repeat to you, when I heard that whole day in order, chronological order of a text with her and John O'Keefe, where he said that he was drunk when he got up, and then she was trying to get him to answer stuff about what and all, and then he ghosted her for hours, not answering her calls, said he was busy and all, and then when he does call her back, what he wants to do is he wants her to come to his house, where she was at her house in Braintree, just being fine, waiting for a plumber. And then he wants to know, and this guy, he said, is the plumber hot too? Okay. All right. Remember that, because when she finally agrees to go pick him up and then she's going to drive him around, he says, I need you to drive me around. Why? Because he planned to drink, right, that night. And so she was going to drive him around, and then she was going to go back to his house, he thought, and be the babysitter with benefits that she's been. And she initially didn't want to come. All right. And he was upset about the plumber. She didn't want to come. And then when he went missing, right, when he didn't come home, because he always come home and all, she calls Jen McCabe. She says, Jen McCabe said to me, well, he didn't come into 34 Fairview. That's probably untrue, that we know now. But he didn't come in. And so she started thinking to herself, when Jen McCabe said that he didn't come into 34 Fairview, Jen McCabe, who lied to the FBI and the feds until she was told, apparently by somebody, that she had lied to them and had to go correct it, along with her friend Carrie Roberts, who lied to the grand jury. And then when the feds came and knock, 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 rapid tap, tap, corrected it. And they never bothered telling anybody, before that. So she says, Jen McCabe. So I started thinking, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? All right. Now, couple that to me, if I'm arguing this in the jury room, with Brian Higgins' text, all right, that she says that she doesn't think John saw, but I think he absolutely saw them, because on those texts, I'm hot. I think you're hot. I think you're hot. No, I think you're hot. I don't know how anything from Brian Higgins is hot. To me, that's the worst thing she's done in this case that I've seen. But those were the texts. And sometimes when you're, and I know that when your self-esteem is down, that you never think you ever get what you want, and you think you've been treated terribly, and you think people, she thought John was screwing around on her with the, she saw the Ruba sisters, right? So maybe you're reaching out to get your self-validation. But to me, that you're hot kind of mirrored what John O'Keefe said about what was the plumber hot too. So I think he knew about that. Okay, I think he knew about that relationship that was starting up, and she even said at one point that he wanted to know what happened when, I walked you to the car, but she knew where the cameras are because they shared that pack. Remember, she also went to Higgins's house. Okay, and we don't know what happened at that house, but Karen Reed then ghosted him after that. So when I started listening, that was a testimony that's all occurring in a day or two. The first for the text from Karen Reed, and then the clip that's being played. That's what gelled in my mind. That of course she's going to think, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Because I was the last person who saw him, right? Says Jen McCabe, who now we know has a vested interest in this case, and now we know had lied to the FBI. I mean, that's stuff that no one considered. And I think that maybe in the discussion in the jury room, somebody may take that view, and then again, maybe somebody won't. Maybe those things are the connections that I make in my mind, and not connections that the jury will make. As I said, the danger here is Occam's razor, the simplest explanation. She must have hit him because there was this red tail light there, and it wouldn't have gotten there unless she did. Well, the red tail light, she thought, when I saw the pictures that they played for Mr. Burgess, Mr. Shanon, I can solve everything Burgess, Shanon, I lied on everything, but, don't blame me. It's not my fault. This was all a mistake and misunderstanding. Burgess, when I see that, and he was shown all those videos to me, when you saw the car being loaded, it looked like her taillight was pretty intact to me. I mean, it certainly didn't have those gigantic pieces, and I don't have I didn't bring my Jenga back here, and I didn't bring my the pieces of plastic that I have. But that big, it's bigger than my iPad, right? The pieces, it's like the iPad. It's like two pieces like my iPad, maybe a little bit less thick and a little longer. Supposedly missing from a taillight. That clearly, and this is red, that clearly, wasn't done. That clearly was not there. So, and when you had the cops lying, the same cops who didn't make an arrest, and the same police, state police doesn't make an arrest in Birchmore, lying about the Sally port and the inverted video, and it was a lie. Okay, let's face it, it was a lie. We all watched testimony 1 for the first trial. Why are they lying? Let's give them the same look over we give a witness, and we say, why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why is Hank Brennan lying to the court about telling Mr. Burgess to finish his report and submit it? Why is he lying there? Why did Hank Brennan say that he didn't know about it until the 8th when he knew about it on the 7th? He wants to get some kind of advantage. He wants to do something that he knows he can't do otherwise, that he probably wouldn't be able to get Burgess to testify. He's got a reason. So, I think this attributing, we have to start attributing in cases bad motives to prosecutors if they're showing they deserve it. Just like we automatically attribute without anything the defense being bad, right? Defense always starts behind the 50-yard line because people view defense attorneys as sleazy and slimy. All right. They kind of view defense attorneys as the way Hank Brennan is trying this case as a prosecutor, sleazy and slimy. And you all know it's not the truth. You know, from watching this channel, this network, and this streaming network, we've covered YSL. We saw the problems there with the judge and the prosecutor love. We saw that. We covered the ASAP Rocky case. If Michael Bryant were here, he'd be doing the baby crying Lewin effect we have. We saw that. We've watched cases and we've talked about it, how maybe defense attorneys are now being viewed differently. And then we get to this case, and Judge Beverly Cannoni, who was a defense attorney, who is responsible for changing these rules of court to be more defense-oriented, she gets up there and in one fell swoop with her grave concerns does more to harm defense attorneys in that case in overwords than we've recovered in the 3 good cases we've had. And it's really wrong. And that's just not so much a rant, but a plea to have everybody look at defense. Now, most times, you know, defense attorneys will plead their client if they think they're guilty, or we're involved in a case because the state has overcharged. And you don't think there's any reason, you don't think the state is overcharged here, charging a murder case? Come on. Of course they've overcharged. But you see that across the United States, all over the place, where you get overcharges. There was a situation here in New York City just the other night. There was a man who had an art opening show with a gallery I know down in Chelsea, the Robert Mann Gallery. The cops came in, took him out in handcuffs, supposedly on a warrant, they said. So you thought, oh my God, he did something bad. It was for trespassing. Because part of his art was that he filmed himself up on the Empire State Building in a location he shouldn't be. All right. So they issued what's called a desk ticket. Desk tickets are issued like if somebody goes to Central Park and pees. All right. They issue them a desk ticket, say you can come back and tell the court, argue to the court that wasn't your pee, you know. And I'm using that because I happen to know somebody that was charged with that. Got a desk ticket. That's what desk tickets are for. They're for the minor infractions that have nothing to do with making your life and my life safer, right? But the cops, like stormtroopers, came into an art gallery with everybody's there at an artist's first opening, hundreds of people having a nice time. He's showing his work. He's being sponsored by a major gallery. And they, like stormtroopers, take him out in handcuffs. It was like not this past year, but the year before, there was some artist taken out in handcuffs at the Oscars. He just won an Oscar and he was taken out in handcuffs. And it turns out the police had apologized. It was all like a mistake, right? And he was very gracious about it. But this whole stormtrooper idea that we're now also seeing on the First Amendment zone here in Dedham is wrong. The whole idea that we're seeing in the courtroom, that defense attorneys, and by the way, Mrs. O'Keefe, John's mother, who, you know, I give great credence to anybody who loses a child and what she must feel. But she can't be making those faces before the jury. The judge has already talked to them once, and the judge really should be doing something about that, because that's also not right. And it's also very uncomfortable to have the decedent's mother sitting right there, and you have to, normally you'd have the Karen Reed at the end, you have to surround her with attorneys so that, and also she's right there, can hear what the attorneys say. It's wrong. It's simply wrong. And we hope that when you come to this show that we can discuss things like this without heated comments. And by the way, if you think that she's guilty, we also ask you to come on. We've asked people to come on who think she's guilty. Now, we've had some people in our chat who are just like nasty about it. But if we invite anybody from the prosecution team to come on the show and discuss it with us. Maybe we're missing something. We don't think so. I mean, I think Michael Bryant and I, after all of our years of both practice, I've done probably more trials than he has. He's done certainly more media than I have as a reporter. He has an Emmy. I don't. I just have acquittals. But I think that we offer something to you that we can discuss this, and we can discuss this like sometimes like children and sometimes like grown-ups, but that at least we'll be respectful to each other, which is why we did ban some words. One night we had somebody on the chat so that there were some words that wouldn't be said. And yes, I'm a First Amendment traditionalist, but there's certain words about a female, as you also know, I'm very protective of women being attacked. And we are going to discuss speaking about women being attacked tonight. I am going to invite your questions to bring on the P. Diddy case, which is going on in federal court right down the street here, the P. Diddy case, you know, and we spent some time when we didn't have Michael Bryant the other night on Friday, talking about women and coercive control and how they get into relationships and how it's bad. And we even discussed that concept with regard to here, the idea of how women are treated differently. Now, if you don't like that, Ben, don't come here. Fine, you know. But if you want to have a discussion that's you know, lively, then come here, right? But I just think that it's kind of shall we say ridiculous what's going on in this courtroom. And I just hope that I'll say with the lessee, he just picked up on what you talked about. Hank Brennan did ask the report to be given, and the pursuant to my request when he talked about it yesterday was a lie. Okay, we have the fan, we have my favorite light, and we have my light and the fan together. And see, what's that? I see something. What is that to the right? Is that the? Oh, that's us. That's us. Okay. That's us. Okay. We're giving you a sound and all. I'm going to go when this starts behind the TV avatar. Okay. And so I'm going to be listening, but I'll be behind my TV
All right,
avatar.
Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described two text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the three-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the three-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the three-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the three-point turn, as well as the end of the three-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the three-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the three-point turn starts to the time that the three-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that three-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you look at, and if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use
So-
your pointer, please?
Sure, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, so this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction. And then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the three-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure, so that's going to be the approximate beginning of the three-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the three-point turn does that indicate?
Sure, so that's going to be approximately the end of the three-point turn, and that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle, and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes, so that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data, or is that an estimate?
Sure, so that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the three-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the three-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. We start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that three-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah, so timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep, so we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor. I'd appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no.
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you inside, Baden, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're getting into new areas of new opinions that he is going to give. We just discussed this during our, during our just our little sojourn here of lunch. Speaking about lunch, reason it took me a second, I was actually swallowing my lunch because I was talking as we were all having lunch with you, and of course they come to sidebar. So. One point I really would like to make again that we made during our discussion, right, during lunch, and one of our viewers brought this up. When the testimony yesterday from this witness, Shanon Burgess, said the pursuant to your request, here's my report. Supposedly on May 8th came. He testified that he hadn't talked to the prosecutor. The prosecutor hadn't asked him to do anything in that report. It turns out today he's changed that. And it was pursuant to Hank Brennan's report because there was a phone call on May 7th that Hank Brennan told him to finish his report and submit it. So 2 misrepresentations, in our opinion, that I'm seeing. If I don't pick them up. The judge should be seeing one, is that she was told on Friday, unless she's got memory loss, that Hank Brennan knew nothing about this report being done until he received it out of the blue on May 8th, okay? And then the second misrepresentation, in my opinion, appears to be the attempt to try to hedge the fact that this report was submitted pursuant to Hank Brennan's request, which somehow came out today. So which is it? It was pursuant to your request, Mr. Brennan? It was pursuant to his request, Mr. Burgess, or was it not? I just think that this is the same thing we talked about, that at lunchtime, that Alessi had gotten everything, every last drop that he should get out of him, and he should now, let the jury turn it over to Hank Brennan. I don't know how the jury is perceiving this, because what this is new scientific discoveries, and yet this court is allowing them to give new scientific opinions that you can't say was provoked, or instigated by the cross-examination. The cross-examination is supposed to go through and discuss what possibly are the holes in your opinion. Of course, not that any of us respect Mr. Burgess' opinion, because he has been told to be a credentialing liar in our view. I mean, I think that came off really. But for the judge to see like she is giving him respect as he's like allegedly a real expert, really? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I mean, at this point, he should be hustled off the stand. All right. And again, I'm going to say it again, since I said it during the lunch break. ARCA, you had a duty to pull him. You had a duty. You knew about it last night when everything started being changed on LinkedIn. He had a duty. I mean, we saw different allegedly curriculum books where he's graduated from college. They had to be made up. They can't be real unless they're submitted with some phony information. Come on. And also, it is just wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong what is going on. And yet, should the defense make one little misstep, or no, it's like the world has blown up. And yet, Burgess is still on the stand. And I guarantee you that on rebuttal, you're going to try to see Hank Brennan having wiffle ball, Mr. Whiffen, come in and change his report to say, oh, now that I've heard this and your ARCA people, then the judges would allow it. She's going to say, well, ARCA talked about how his report is wrong, right? ARCA talked about how his report is wrong, okay? That she's going to say, she could allow Hank Brennan to come in with a rebuttal, because I think that's where he wants to go. I think that's where he wants to go, okay? Aperture, I'm sorry, not ARCA, Aperture. You're absolutely right. Apologize. That Aperture had a duty to prevent this guy from coming back. They had a duty to come out last night. They had a duty to tell the world what happened here. They had a duty, and you know what? They're not going to fire him, right? Because it turns out that one of our sleuthies on our chat was able to look at their website, and to have this to be hired as kind of a technical expert, you have to have a Bachelor of Science degree, or it says BS, but maybe he qualifies. That would be his justification. Yeah, I qualified to having a BS degree. Maybe that's what he had submitted early on as some kind of a CV to Aperture that they then used when they did their website, right? Because his graduation from Alabama was on LinkedIn until last night. All right, they're back. Let's see if we can glean what happened. Oh, look at that smile from Alessi. That's like a dagger coming at you with that smile. Oh, I love that. I would love to play that as a look at that. Look at that. Look at that grin from Alessi. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Go back to slide 40, please.
What a grin. It's like the hitman
In
coming at
reaching
you
your
with a knife.
conclusion about the variance between
So Alessi clearly won
the
that
defendant's
objection.
Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
I don't know if we could
Was the
clip
running
that
clock
and show it over and over again.
on
It
the
was
text stream
wonderful.
data
Somebody will.
part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the
The
location
prosecution
data,
was going to give a
including the
new
GPS
opinion
154,
here.
that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Oh.
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
Just basically having him repeat his testimony from the day before. Maybe if you repeat it enough, it'll be true.
We now have number 43.
Thank you, Robert McNeil. You can make me feel better as opposed to the guy who sent me the dick pic.
Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
when you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way. Because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, we're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds, and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, and that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't
The window
understand
is
that.
captured during
Not
a
prepared
triggering
for that
event.
one.
Sure, yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
This is all new. Now they're trying to go through.
I do
to
not
recall,
recall.
right? How fast? You can't recall.
Mr.
Oh, I bet you Hank will give him
O'Keefe's
something.
last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window.
That's what Hank did there. He
the
changed
text
it to
stream event
12:32:09.
ends somewhere between
the last interaction
12:32
with the
and
phone instead of
04 and
12:32:16.
12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have around this time any
So this is
other
all new. This is
movement
trying to get in trooper
of Mr.
polls,
O'Keefe's
basically. This is
phone
what you're
after
doing here.
12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
Now we have reconciled data, okay? It happened around the same
I have
time.
no further questions.
This is such garbage. This belongs in the compost pile in my garbage room here. Up, we're going to approach again, right? Okay. This is we're approaching again because he's finished, and I'm sure Mr. Alessi has some questions or wants to bring him back. Okay, so you see what he did there. He got the reconciled data. He changed the time that John O'Keefe's last interaction was. Now it's got a 12:32:09 because he moved it back 7 seconds, right? And so he's trying to change the times all around to match. And notice that he tried to say that there was a backup maneuver. And did you know how fast he was going? And obviously, he wasn't prepared for this, right? He wasn't prepared to say, "Well, she was going 24.2 miles an hour." He wasn't prepared for. He wasn't on board with this because that's where Hank Brennan was trying to bring him, and he wasn't on board. So I guess Hank Brennan figured I better not go there and all. Paula B says, I think she's probably not going to allow Alessi recross. That's my feeling. If she doesn't allow him to recross, that would be outrageous because he basically has some new opinions here, under the guise of you reconciling it. No, you're changing it. You're changing it to make the Commonwealth's case possibly viable. To undo all of the other experts that you have. You're changing it, right? Come on. Okay? Come on, come on, come on. I mean, you know, the question is, does the jury feel the same way we do or not? That's the issue, right? Is the jury going to see all this and say, oh, yeah, the Commonwealth has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt? Or are they going to say the Commonwealth hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt because this is all bullshit, okay? I can't tell what happened, who's doing what, when everything was doing. All I noticed that your experts here, all I noticed really is that your medical examiner, maybe it'll come down to this, your medical examiner says there's no indication that John O'Keefe was hit by a car, all right? You know, maybe they'll think he just passed out, you know, and fell down because he was drunk and died in the snow. I mean, I can see somebody even saying that, despite the fact he's got all those wounds on his arm. I can see somebody saying that, all right? Because the Commonwealth has to link those wounds on his arm to the breaking of the taillight. And I don't see how they do that. What? He didn't have any bruises on him, but the car was going so fast that that taillight just shattered like an explosion, like an atomic bomb, and just somehow had parallel marks on him. They flew parallel like a drone and hit his arm. Give us a break, all right? That I don't think that should fly. But will it fly? We don't know because we're not in the courtroom. We're out here looking at this, looking in, with the advantage of having the first trial, with the advantage of knowing what's going on. So I don't see it, but that doesn't mean the jury doesn't see it. All right. So let's see. And also there's like we have a thumb on the scale here with Judge Kenney. She hasn't liked the defense, obviously, since they made a motion initially to remove her and lost. And that's always a danger with doing that. When you go after the king or the queen, you better make sure you get the king or the queen out of the way, right? Because she can make any ruling she wants. And, you know, a lot of rulings get washed away. Hi, Scott McGinnis. How are you, Queen? Any the wind blows, doesn't really matter anyway the wind blows to me. Okay. Yeah, we're just discussing that. I wish Mr. Alessi, I think he has a right to go there with the difference of testimony from yesterday, which we've pointed out, okay, which our chatters pointed out, right? The difference of testimony from yesterday, where yesterday Burgess said that this report, I'm submitting this report pursuant to your request. All right. He said, well, there wasn't a request by the prosecutor. Today, he changed it. After May 7th, Hank Brennan said something to the effect that, and after I told you to finish up the report and submit it, then you submitted it. So it was pursuant to the request. So at the very least, Alessi has a duty and a right to go into that. I hope he realizes it, because in all the other stuff, you can get lost seeing that very little change of testimony, but a very important one. And then, quite frankly, I think the defense really has to go after Judge Kenney with all guns blazing in terms of a mistrial, in terms of misrepresentations by the prosecutor, in terms of this guy vouching for an expert that you know is a liar and a cheat, and probably got his job from Aperture by lying. And yet we won't know that because there's no way Aperture is going to take action against him until after this trial ends.
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41.
What happened? That's all I had of you.
Into evidence page 40, and I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, allowed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right. Once we get these marked,
What did she say? Once we looks like she's going to have allow him to have a recross. Please recross on something simple as the pursuant. Jurors know that. They can understand that. Okay. All the rest of what this guy did was gobbledygook, and it's an outrage. That I'm going to say it again, that he should be allowed to testify. This judge should not have allowed him in her courtroom to testify. She didn't have a Daubert hearing. And to give him the credibility. Okay, let's go listen to Mr. Alessi, the assassin, the Alessinator.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Uh-oh. You know what happened between last night and tonight? Everyone who's ever had a case with him has sent things to Alessi and the defense team.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Remember, you're absolutely right. He wasn't an accident reconstructionist. He's a digital forensic examiner under Aperture's. Website. See, what happens is people hear his testimony. That's why it's important to have the night off, and they send you things, and you learn things. And he probably got something from attorneys who said, remember I told you that every attorneys ever had a case were now looking at their cases that he was ever involved in?
Yes.
Oh,
I would like
the delay.
to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification.
Okay.
Please.
Oh my God, the time, the pauses that LFC gives.
E for ID.
BEE.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure, as
Thank
long
you.
as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make it even farther.
He's going to say he'd never seen it before. He's not aware of this filing. What do you want to make a bet this guy's going to say that?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess,
See that little shrug? Ugh. Cool
with
myself off.
regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
Oh, come on.
If I were
Eastern
to
District of Texas. You don't know that's
show
federal
you
court,
a
you
document,
jerk?
might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
You just said it was, you understood it was the Eastern
May I,
District
Your
of
Honor?
Texas.
I am
Mr.
showing
Expert.
you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make
And
sure.
just let me know if we need to.
We will.
I'm sure this was sent
Can I
to.
mark each
Yes.
of these for identification? They're,
Yep.
let me just give one first.
You know what? I told you, Dizzy. I know everyone last night. I know lawyers was looking at any case that he was ever involved with. Right? There are going to be suits that are going to be filed. This one, he turns out he's no longer
So it could be marked as
participating.
one document.
Everyone is coming down. There'll be even more. They'll get more stuff. You know, he should be fired, and he should be removed from the stand if he's fired.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed is represented in EEE as a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education.
Objection.
Objection. I hear objection.
The objection's sustained.
What do you mean the objection is sustained?
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor.
Another curriculum
Feel free to
vitae
stand up and
filed in
speak.
federal court. It should be allowed. I'm going to go apoplectic here. A federal court filing of a curriculum vitae, I don't care if it's filed by the attorneys or not, the attorneys had to get it from somewhere. To not allow this into sustain an objection, to have this witness testify about a curriculum vitae that supposedly obviously represents his qualifications in a case we know that he's no longer participating, and he's no longer participating for a reason. To allow this objection to be sustained is outrageous. It is terrible. It is wrong. And if indeed Scott says that Mark Federer is tweeting that he's already fired, I don't know that that's true or not. Okay, but if he is fired, that has to be recognized that he's fired. Aperture needs to come in, pull him from the stand, and this judge needs to stop making excuses for the prosecution. Excuse me, fucking up. All right. This is not exactly a show that we're going to win a prize if we get convicted. We're going to go to jail. This is a murder case. All right. This is ridiculous. This is outrageous. And you know that there is a filing in federal court where there's a CV, maybe another CV that's been misrepresented in federal court by the fact that this guy tried to hold it off at the past, where he said he's aware of the Eastern District of Texas, a case in Marshall, Texas, right, where he was involved. And now when he said he looks at a Stanford federal court, he doesn't know if the case is in federal court. Come on. If you're an expert, you know what federal court is. You know the Eastern District in federal court. Come on. I mean, I am going apoplectic. I'm going to need his blood pressure pills. No, I'm not, because I know eventually that the jury is going to get this, okay? But write down, this is unbelievable that she won't let, we're talking about the specific thing that she's not letting the questions being regarding this CV, which is filed in federal court, being given to this witness on recross after this witness again touted his credentials to rehabilitate him. Have you ever lied intentionally to a court? Have you ever lied about your credentials? That's what Hank Brennan said. Go back. You can watch it, okay? Said that. To try to retout him as a good witness, okay? And then it turns out something is going to come up that the defense probably got aware by the lawsuits be a coming, okay? The lawsuits are a coming, okay? And the fact that he was touting himself as an accident reconstructionist, which he doesn't even get touted as that on there, right? On there. Right? He doesn't even get touted on their own site on Aperture. As much as I fault them for letting him come on the stand the second day, it was time to pull him before he ever got on. All right. And what you're leading to him here is that he could be, there could be perjury charges eventually here. Then they won't be. You know why they won't be? Because they're going to protect him at all costs. But you put somebody on the stand, but maybe you're in another jurisdiction. If you lie to a federal court, they don't take that lightly, okay? And if you're going to keep that lie going, and let me tell you, what you're looking at is kind of like, right, and I hate to say it because I know he has a family, the end of this man's career. Because who's going to hire him knowing this? And knowing, and the first thing you're going to do is I'm going to go look it up, see what the Eastern District, it may not, it's docketed, because there's a file number. It was, let me see. in my it was was it Glover versus Classic something. Glover versus Classic something. Jennifer Glover and her husband versus Classic something. Classic Packaging, I think it was. Was that it? We'd have to go back and rewind it. When we can look it up on Pacer. But really, what I fault is that for those of us who love justice, who are in this for our careers, about trying to do the right thing, to have this happen and to see, and I knew she wasn't going to allow it. I was surprised we got that far. I was surprised we even got that far marking it. Okay. I was surprised we got that far. All right. She's going to say, you didn't give it over. You know what she's going to say? Discovery violation. You didn't get over to the prosecution. Well, at this point, you don't have to do that on a recross where somebody has just lied on the stand on redirect. Okay. On redirect. You're not supposed to have to do that. You're not supposed to then give away so that Hank Brennan get up there and say, oh, you were in this court? Well, let's see what happens. I'm calming down. Don't worry about it.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to be a little close in proximity. Sure. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification.
It's FF, so it's not EEE.
For identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case. Okay. Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party?
He's going to say no, because he's not that stupid.
And submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
Of course he is. Of course he is not.
Never participated or never been aware of a process?
So now we have to bring the attorneys in.
I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members.
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
At Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance,
remember yesterday I thought he said he answered questions. Today he's trying to parse them.
Staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
Well, that's about as good a foundation as you're going to get.
With regard to Exhibit EEE for identification.
Now we're going back to EEE where we started.
Etc. Even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same?
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of Exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move and FFF into evidence.
Oh, she did a turnaround. Maybe she didn't like the fact that.
One more step, Mr.
You need one more step. Okay.
And sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over here.
Oh.
Yes, come on up. Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
She said she's going to allow it. She admitted them. She admitted them. Okay. Maybe when you lie to a federal court, okay, and she knows unless he has the receipts, and she knows what's the alternative. You bring the attorneys in, and you ask to open the attorneys and have the attorneys come in to rebut on your case that you're going to put on the fact that this witness, it turns out he filed in the federal court that he probably had a bachelor's degree and lied on his CD. Madeira Beach caregiver, I'm sorry, I will try not to interrupt. I try not to interrupt him. I am just getting so excited. I am getting so excited, okay? All right. You know what? All right, so let's see whether he's going to say, there's a reason he was pulled as a witness, right? As an expert witness in that case, no longer participating. We're not getting the whole story there. Yesterday, he kind of like gave things up, but today he's not. And if he were designated as an accident reconstructionist, and he's not qualified, and he lied on his, if let me put it this way, if Aperture knew as far back as 8/23 that he did not have a degree, or he lied on a filing to federal court, or they lied, attorneys ended up vouching for Aperture's submission to them, because that's what he's saying, right? He's saying that somebody else submitted this from Aperture. He's laying the blame on Aperture right now. And let me tell you, they're watching, right? The names were Glover versus Classic. I think it was Jennifer Glover and her husband's name versus Classic. I thought it was packaging, but I knew it was Glover versus Classic on the Eastern District of Texas out of Marshall, Texas. Just so you all know. See if you can find it. So that's not good, okay? That's not good if they let him continue on. And then any other case that he's been involved with since 2023, that's really bad, okay? So all of you get on, take a look at Mr. Bettero's tweet. Let's see if we can find out. Aperture still has his CV showing he got his degree in 2022. Why wouldn't they take it down? Oh, well, whoopsie. I'll try not to interrupt Mr. Alessi. I apologize. I apologize to you, Bob Alessi.
May I reapproach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit EEE and Exhibit FFF for identification.
As one exhibit?
As one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that.
And that would be the order.
It's going into evidence.
Thank you. May I hand it to the
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV, and further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to, may I keep this for a moment, Your Honor, give it to the witness as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I did.
And your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court. And attached to it is your CV, and in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is do a, is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there, there's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184. Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so
Oh, these would be
this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184.
Hello, 911. There's an assassination going on.
You know
in the
how to
court by
write
Alessi.
currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, it's sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in federal, what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this
Gonna be
federal
objection.
court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Told you. Told you.
Excuse
Because
me,
he
Your
didn't
Honor.
file it. Did you cause to have did you prevent Aperture from giving it to the attorneys is the question.
You stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelors of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
So is BS.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
That's it,
And
Mr.
you're-
Alessi?
Is that it, Mr. Alessi?
There is.
Okay.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says
That's your CV. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Hank. That's his
2024
CV.
for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was
The-
filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
No?
well, strike that.
Okay. He
Just
asked
making it
if
worse,
there's any
Brennan.
designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your
Were you
degree in
enrolled?
2024
Were you
as expected,
matriculating?
did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So,
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So, as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Were you enrolled?
Did
Were you
you
matriculating? Did you
ever
pay a fee? Did you pay
Represent
tuition?
to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn.
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way
Objection.
in light of his questions about a
Objection.
2023
It's objectionable.
filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
Go for it.
She's striking the question, but she let him ask it, okay?
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
See how fast he runs. Let's see. Can he run fast? All right. So she let him ask the question. But you know what? I don't think it matters. I think the jury got it. I mean, I would have been one of the. Did you enroll in a class? Did you matriculate? Did you pay tuition? I think that could have been asked of him there, because my expectation. Yeah, I have an
I'd like to
expectation.
play a
I'm
number
going to
of
be
clips.
astronaut
Begin
someday.
with clip 23.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage door. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door, and you hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission of evidence, right?
194.
The next witness, Mr. Allen.
Yes, sir. On Commonwealth, call Miss Christina Hanley to the stand.
Okay, well, she's getting on the stand before she says who she is. I was reading the complaint on a reconstruction of a truck accident. We're going to see if we can reach out to the plaintiff's attorney, who probably know what happens in that case and why he was undesignated as an accident reconstructionist.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with the concentration in forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the drug identification unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the trace unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a forensic scientist 2 to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace, arson, and explosives unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So a forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own
You know,
casework
I always talk over a
in
witness, but
the
I'm going to
trace
talk over
disciplines that
her.
I
I'm just
previously
reading all the
mentioned.
documents that Dizzy was able to
Now,
pull
Ms. Hanley,
on
you as a
the tape
supervisor, you
Texas,
review other
on
analysts' work within the
Burgess.
trace unit,
He's
correct?
testified
Yes, I
2
do.
times as an
And
accident
who
reconstructionist,
reviews
something he's
your
unqualified
work
to do.
for any sort of trace analysis
Aperture,
that you
you
do?
got a lot of explaining to do.
So
We're going to discuss it
depending
all
on what
tonight on the
the
show, but I wanted
subdiscipline,
to
some
tell
of
you
the
because I cannot believe what I'm reading.
casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take
We're
that
setting up the
take that item
thumbnail
into my
for tonight so you
custody,
can all portal
and
in.
I
Tonight's show is
document
fixed.
it
We're going to be
with
running a Leslie's recross and going through
photographs,
some of these
and I make
documents.
observations
Michael
and
Bryant
take
won't be on
notes,
because you know me and my
and
technical
then I'll
abilities
examine
on
the items
running these documents
microscopically,
with StreamYard, but we'll get to it.
and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that
Again, I'm talking over them.
general
You are
work
so right, Teresa Trice. You are so
supported
right.
by any sort of scientific principle or
listening to her
methodology
now?
that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes.
Lockhart. It's
so
called
the
Lockhart.
Lockhart exchange principle.
Lockhart exchange principle.
It's kind of
Not
the foundation or
Lockhart.
basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the benchtop as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIMS system keeps track of all of that. So we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it'd be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide, and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and it is an analytical tool that we use to analyze certain types of samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Now, You mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes, so I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E. And I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the Grimm instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with all with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of 1 piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item 7-14?
7-14 was just 1 piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit, so that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the Grimm instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and they're broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper, and there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison, and there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
I'm here. But you thought I wasn't here. You know why I had got one behind 2B? Because this morning I was trying to eat for breakfast a pancake, which I've never finished because I've been on the air. And so 2B finished it. And when he finished it, he was barking for more. So I didn't want you to mistake that for 2B the poodle rant. So that's why. All right. Let me just answer a couple of your questions, because we all know what's coming with this. But let's go back to what we were all surprised, Kitty, that she let that Alessi talk about that. All right, let's go back to the previous high point. By the way, we have the cases. We have the case. We have the 4 cases he testified in. By the way, he testified twice as an accident reconstruction. Remember I said he testified in state court twice? I know people are looking at that right now. We have the other 4 cases. And you know that if he had to withdraw as a case, there has to be more out there. We actually have the Glover case. All right. We have a lot of stuff. We have his report in the Glover case as an accident reconstructionist. Oh, I want the receipts. Okay. I want the receipts. Aperture, however you pronounce your aperture. Goodbye. So long, farewell name, because you owe everybody an explanation here. All right. I didn't receive a call back from one of your satellite offices, maybe you're going to be now known as the Timu of witnesses, as somebody's saying, of expert witnesses, a clearinghouse, whatever. But I guess because, when it comes to federal court, judges are a little testy if indeed he lied. Now, she gave him the outs a number of times. Sometimes he couldn't take it because he didn't know what was coming. But, the jury got it. Okay. And I agree with you, Heavy Hands. I think that was a better line of questioning than the nuances in the second, because as Drop Microdots pointed out, and I just actually liked it. I said, if it wasn't a murder case, all right, we could have a TV show on this, how not to be an expert witness, right? All right. He was changing, as they said, times, 7 seconds, 9 seconds, 26 seconds, 3 minutes around, like he was graduating college, right? I intended to graduate. Well, I intend someday to be, 80 pounds and lift weights, okay? I intend someday to run the world. I intend someday to be the first female president. He was always intending, okay? We never found out if he paid a fee, whether he matriculated, just that he intended to graduate. Oh, come on. And his CV is still up there on Aperture, okay? Maybe their attorney said he can't quite take it down right now because he was in the middle of testimony, but they should have. I mean, they should have, because you really think you're going to gain a lot of people that'll come to you? I think what they're thinking is, well, if Karen Reed gets convicted, we'll deal with it then, and it all gets washed in the wash. Especially since Dr. Welcher, Judson Welcher, apparently is a vice president of operations or some big capacity in Aperture. So he probably has a role to say in this because he wants to testify, right? He wants to testify, right? That's really what it comes down to. He wants to testify rather than doing the right thing. As Michael Bryant says at the nighttime at the end of the show every night, do the right thing. So tonight, when we're going to look at that recross, that very short recross, but now we know why. Now we know why when Alessi went back to the table after there was that sidebar, which is probably was discussing this is where he was going to go. He was smiling like the Cheshire Cat in Alice in Wonderland, and then went, and unless he looks at you like that, watch that you haven't been stamped in the side by the Alessinator, okay? I mean, the one thing about it is no one wants to stop seeing him cross-examine. I assume that everybody in the world is going to be calling him. Unfortunately, for my practice, because I do forensic work too, to talk about forensic work, because he loves to get into it as much as, if not even more, maybe than I do know as much. I mean, he just loves to get into it. Okay. As we say, and as we say, whoops. Oh, wait, let's go back into court. Let's listen.
Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim representative can tell you the time. All right, so folks, we're going to end for today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you. So Ms. Hanley, after the jury trial, okay.
All rise to the court, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
Well, that was a quick goodbye. I mean, she just knocked us right off, right? I guess they just decided now. I don't know what the issue was that caused them, because we've heard her testimony before, right? They're going to say that John O'Keefe threw a glass or a plastic glass and at the car as it's backing up, but a lot of the glass doesn't match. The glass that's found on the ground doesn't match the glass that's from the bar.
Right.
So we
You
know
don't need
this
me for
testimony,
anything, right? We're all set?
Here we go.
Thank you.
Oh, she did come back. You don't need me for anything. We're all set. Okay. All right. So they are all set. Now, let me ask you all this, because let's do a wrap up for the next 20 minutes here. Okay. Because I know you have so many questions, and I know it's 6 o'clock. You're going to come back because we're going to go through, and I'm just going to be you and me. Okay. Just going to be us. All right. With our questions and all. We're going to come back and we're going to go through what we just heard. But let's just do a little bit of wrap up here. If you are, by the way, before I do that, let me, Missy Mayhem. Okay. Oh, you're doing better. We want to know, because Missy's doing better. But you also had a funny one, Missy. Okay. This is the funny one. He's treating his CV like New Year's resolutions every single year. Yeah. I know. You know what he's treating it as? First of all, he has to have a BS degree, Bachelor of Science. I know. To apparently do what he does for Aperture. Okay, that was a requirement. So in fairness, he probably lied. They probably can't check on him, right? And then when he'd go to all these other little places, he would change it later on to be, expected. But on his LinkedIn and on their page, they had what he had given them, right? And he, after you get away with it for so long, it just becomes a way of life. Well, let me put it to you this way. Goodbye. So long. career. Goodbye, so long, the person who could find things that nobody said he could find. Goodbye, so long, you made a mockery of the court system. Goodbye, so long, you even allowed Judge Beverly Kenney to rule for the, you know how bad it is to rule for the defense, to allow that federal court filing to come in where it is your CV, okay? And then you blurt out that you were, pulled from the case, okay? I want to know why he was pulled. Now, we have reached out to the attorneys for the plaintiffs in that case, the Glovers, all right? We've reached out to them. We've sent them an email asking them they can come on the show because it's very clear to us. They're from Texas. Alan Jackson, by the way, is from Texas. It's very clear to us in a high-profile case, you get things from people, okay? You find things from people. You know things from people. That's how we were able to find, by the way, a witness, right? A witness in the Hernandez case that the cops couldn't find because people reach out to you and you're able to find things and you receive things from people who think that the wrong thing is being done, right? And clearly, who I said to you, mark my words, I said to you, the lawsuits are coming. Everyone's pulling out their cases and watching this. If they had this show, if they watch this show, they watch this trial, and it's going to come out of it's not the Woodwork, it's going to come out, and they're going to be ratting on this guy, okay? And they did because he has pulled this out, y'all. And Prince Lover said, vision board, resume, same difference. Yeah, that's I think Emily D. Baker actually had used that line. She said, it's not a vision board, Mr. Burgess. Well, Mr. Burgess, it's a hot seat, isn't it? All right. And you can allow Hank Brennan could let you do your thing on redirect. All right. I don't think the jury was paying attention by that. And Hank Brennan is hoping, well, despite the fact he lied about his credentials, despite the fact he made up stuff, despite the fact he's changing timelines and no one else could find, like Tubi may bark at me, right? Tubi may bark at me. Why is Tubi barking at me? Well, maybe he wants to go outside. Maybe he wants to play. Maybe he wants to this. This guy is doing anything he can to be deemed important, right? And maybe, he gets money, obviously, from Aperture, probably from every case he testifies and brings in. He's got a fee schedule, right? He hasn't testified in that many cases in court. Now, that doesn't mean he hasn't testified in depositions. That doesn't mean he hasn't been hired. They haven't assigned him out to give reports, right? It's outrageous. And Aperture, by the way, I'm just making them responsible too. Yes, because you knew today, you knew last night, you had to pull him. You had a duty to pull him. I'm surprised he came back. If I were his personal lawyer, I would have told him, you don't get on that stand again and risk saying anything that's perjurious, okay? You pull yourself off that stand, all right? They didn't do that. He didn't do that. They didn't do that. And I think Judson Welcher had a hand in that. Mr. Welcher, Dr. Welcher, you're welcome to come on the show and deny that too, because you want to testify based on this guy's data. And Hank Brennan was still putting, well, you heard Mr. Lucy. He didn't ask you anything about the data. He just asked you about your credentials. You don't go to a proctologist to get brain surgery, okay? Hank Brennan is calling a brain surgeon to talk about the brain. He's not calling a toe doctor, all right? Come on. Give me some more comparisons here so we can put them up. Okay? All right? Blessed in Texas. Thank you. Okay, y'all, I'm going to, I love y'all. Going to Aperture in South Lake this afternoon. It's still in Google Maps as Crash Accident Consulting. When I called last night, I called the thing that Michael Bryant gave me because it was an Aperture office, but it's in South Lake, California, but it's still an office. But when I called, they didn't say Aperture. So that tells me that they may be a clearinghouse of some sort. As I said, the TMU of crash accident reconstruction, because you didn't see the feds go to them when they wanted to do crash accident reconstruction. They went to a real firm, despite the fact that Judge Beverly Kenney threw them through the mud and has some real concerns, okay? But I don't see those same type of concerns here. She had somebody in her chair who's lied. She had somebody in her chair who committed, and I'll say that if he wants to sue me, you lied. You're not going to get away in a defamation suit by saying it was something that you expected to graduate on. You're not going to get away with that. You didn't pay a tuition. You didn't matriculate. You didn't attend the course. Did you, sir? Okay? Because you would have said that. All right? You didn't say that, and neither did Hank Brennan. And when you don't ask the questions, you know that there's no good answer when you only have something to gain from those questions if you are Hank Brennan. Yeah, life gets in the way of everything. Probably money got in the way. He probably didn't have the money to do the matriculation, right? That got in the way. But he also, it's beyond that. Just beyond what happened in that courtroom today. But at least she let that in. And quite frankly, that was the dagger. Now, let me look at that. I was trying to, and we're going to have the Alessi grin, by the way. We have that also clip for you. Remember the Alessinator grin? All right. We have the Alessinator grin when they walk back. We have that grin because I think he does that kind of purposely. I think that's a specific, I am going to tell you all that I won this argument without saying I won this argument, right? So I think that's a specific tell. Okay, Blessed in Texas, let me know what they say. Are they going to plan to? I asked him last night, are you planning to give a statement? Are you planning to fire Shanon Burgess? What are your plans with regard to all of the other cases? And of course, will you come on Justice Serve TV? They're not going to go anywhere. They're cutting their losses, all right? They're cutting their losses, but they're not cutting them in a way, in my opinion, that's honorable if they're going to have Judson Welcher testify based on his data, which you don't even know what he's talking about. He's got 6 seconds and 7 seconds and this seconds and that seconds. And then it turns out when I got all this data that he said wasn't downloaded because the chip in Karen Reed's car wasn't being made to be a separate chip to be pulled out. It was integral to the system. And so once they pulled it out and he tried to get this data off it, they couldn't put it back in her car. They couldn't do it. So they had to put it, what do they have to do? They had to put it in the exemplar car, which clearly didn't match her specific system. And they ruined it. That really hasn't become clear. Okay, that's a test because you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again, right? And he was trying to find any way that all the data wasn't downloaded. The data was downloaded without ruining anything, without being consumptive. Okay, you've heard of that in terms of DNA testing, right? By the way, Hank Brennan saying Locard's principle, Locard. There's not such thing as Locard. It's Locard. It's Locard's principle. He was a French criminalist. He developed the position that you heard that when somebody goes into a scene and leaves a scene, they leave something and they take something with them, so that you always have a transfer of some type of trace evidence, even if you can't see it. There's always that transfer. All right. Just we'll give him pronunciation school. Locard's principle, not Lockhart's principle. Okay. What else you got here before we're in our last 10 minutes? Okay. Skyhopper, who donated to us as I turn 16 on the 6th. I'm a badass. Well, I hope you're interested in either becoming a lawyer or a criminalist or doing a great job and an honorable and an ethical job. Okay. And that you're watching this trial and understanding that it's so important to, that the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And as I said, I don't know whether Karen Reed did anything. I don't know what happened. I know that no one's proven anything to me. And I know that when you start trying to use phony evidence, 2B is weighing in here. You hear that? That's 2B. 2B the poodle. Yes, he is weighing in. I may have to give him a sneaker to play on. If I do that, maybe he will. I'm actually, yes, he is. He's grabbing the sneaker and he is running away with it. I just gave him one of my Chanel sneakers to keep him like a little bit sedated here because he wants to play. All right. He's saying, Mom, you're home. You're home. You're here. You're in your office at home. Right. So what do we do? I'll try to bring him on. I'll try to pick him up and bring him on. He's not going to come right now. When 2B goes into his train dog mode, he will do anything. But right now, he is in his play dog mode and he's not going to listen to his mother. Okay. So I hope whatever you do, that whatever you try to do, you do it with grace, dignity, and honesty. And that's the problem I have here with that. Prince Lover says they destroyed the exemplar $80,000 car. They bought a car. Can you imagine how much the Norfolk has been charged? How much the taxpayers have been charged? Can you imagine that? How much those taxpayers have been charged? Okay, for what the work that was done by the Tues Aperture. Now, one would say that that's defamatory. It is not, because people love Tues, right? Even though the prices may be going up 30% or whatever next week. I don't know. Okay. John Miller says, Linda, why did Bev tell the witness to come back tomorrow, but later in the day? I thought she said come back tomorrow. Initially, my understanding was that they were going to stop and they weren't going to call her, even start her today. They were going to stop after the testimony of Shanon with one N Burgess. But I think what happened is that testimony actually was a little bit shorter than she thought. And so that's why they started her, because she'd been sitting out there probably waiting to go on. Okay. You know, it was unbelievable. Yeah, Missy says Tubi doesn't lie about his CV. No, and Tubi is very smart. Let me put it this way: he would have done a better job on that witness stand than Shanon Burgess would have done on that witness stand. Okay, and he doesn't have to lie about his age either. Tubi just turned 4. Linda, can you call the company lady? Answer the phone. I just called. I will. Maybe we'll do that tonight again. Did you try the one in the South Lake, Texas? Not the one I did in South Lake, California. I think we'll do it on the air later on tonight. Again, we may try that. Let Blessed in Texas go and see what she sees. Let me see if there's anything else. The one in Texas. Oh. Yeah. Go, you guys. I mean, I'm not going to ask you to harass them because I just think they should give a statement, right? I just think they should give a statement. Well, they may say they close at 5, but when I get on at 6, it's only what is it? Where is it in Texas? Is it just 1 hour difference, like Missy is, and all? We'll see. I think I want to send something to them first again this time. All right. Because I thought that this was just awful. Yes, CJ Legner said what a lot of people were thinking last night. I didn't think another witness could be worse than Trooper Paul, but I stand corrected with Shanon Burgess. Yeah. And did you see, by the way, did you hear at the very end that Hank Brennan was trying to get him to say how many miles per hour that car backed up? Because he said, well, the car, he was separating out the K turn or the 3-point turn. I call it a K turn. What do you guys call it? I call it a K turn. 3-point turn from the backing up incident. I don't know how he was separating that up. Hey, the back. I mean, it was so mumbled, jumbled, gumbled, right? And not in a good way. And then he tried to get, well, do you know how fast that car was going? He said, do you remember how fast? And Burgess wasn't on the program then, because he's like, well, I'm supposed to know how a car fast. I'm supposed to get this in. I didn't go there, right? Right? And so he couldn't get that in because I think he wanted to testify that the car was going 24.2 miles an hour, whatever it was, backing up 62 feet, backing up 60.2 feet, right? So I think that's what he wanted him to say, and he quite didn't go there. Probably was still a little bit rattled and didn't understand that. But the one thing I wasn't surprised that I think Alessi misses that whole idea when Hank Brennan says, and I asked you to finish your report that you guys picked up on. I use guys generically, all of us. Okay. That said, please, if you're offended, let me know and I'll try to change it. That you guys picked up on that, Hank Brennan talked to him on the 7th. And where's Judge Beverly in all this? On May 7th, when Hank Brennan represented to her as an officer of the court that he didn't know anything about this report coming until received it on the 8th. That was a lie. It was an untruth. That was a prevarication. But talked to him on the 7th and told him to send his report when he finalizes it. So that line in the report that says pursuant to your request, that wasn't something he just code copied in a lie. That's something he was told to do. All right. And I thought that was one missed opportunity. I can't fault Alessi, but sometimes you get so busy with where you think you're going that you don't remember to bring something you may have just heard. And maybe you didn't hear it because and all, but I certainly they can say it. Certainly the jury heard it and all. And, the jury's going to go for the overall vibe. Is this guy believable or is he a liar? Okay. We were all saying, where's Lally and where's Trooper Paul, right? And on last night on the social media, everyone was saying that. I was reading it like, oh, wow, if you're Hank Brennan and the people want Lally back, you may have a problem, right? You may have a problem. Okay, so 1 hour behind us. Okay, all right. So let's see. The Chanel. Yeah, I had to give him my Chanel sneaker. Let's see. Do you think the defense is going to call Trooper Paul? No, not a chance in heck. Okay. Let's look at this. Colin 6-hitter. Aperture has a duty of care, and Shanon is claiming he did not post that federal CV. Aperture has questions to answer. I agree with you. I think that they're meeting wherever their main office is, right? I think they've been under damage control, and really what I think is happening is that they're not going to do anything until they see if she's convicted. If she's convicted, then they'll come back and they'll somewhere quietly they'll let him go, and it won't say that he was fired. He decided to leave. He's run his course. He's going to go back to college and pursue his degree that he's been getting for the last 17 years. And not that that's bad. That's bad because it can take that long to go through. But come on, okay. All right. So Jeremy Edwins, Linda, question: why hasn't Brian Albert and Higgins, Proctor, Paul not been called? Because Hank Brennan doesn't want to have any bad testimony, and he figures that the defense has to call one or more of them to get what they need in, especially with Higgins with regard to he saw a tall 6'2" man with dark hair in the house, right? And that therefore then Hank Brennan can do his we see how he cross-examines, and it's going to go on forever, right? And me at you. And that's what he figures, that he puts the defense in that role. That's why he's doing it, all right? He has tried the case not needing them. Next week he's going to probably call, he's got the glass lady, as we know. Actually, I did have a list of who I thought was the witnesses that actually I learned from the Turtle Boy last night, because he had a list of the witnesses still that were left. I haven't checked them through on it, but Hank Brennan still has to call. He's probably going to save the dog bite person, by the way, just so you know, to after as a rebuttal case. That's what I think he's going to do. But he still has the brain surgeon to call and some other people that he has to call. He apparently is going to rest next Tuesday or Wednesday. So it sounds like the brain surgeon guy may be the last witness, unless he's saying the brain surgeon guy for a rebuttal and thinks he has enough right now. That's a possibility that he thinks he can use that in rebuttal, right? And since the judge is letting him have free reign on witnesses, he's going to try to rebut the defense forensic pathologist. I'm not sure you can rebut defense forensic pathologist with a brain surgeon. And he's also planning that defense, I guess, calls the forensic neuropathologist who he didn't call, who wasn't helpful to him, from the Massachusetts office, right? So will the defense call them? They may. I mean, the question is, you put Proctor on the stand. Does Proctor get snippy? Is he's no longer a hostile witness just because he's been fired. So he technically is not a hostile witness unless he becomes hostile. The problem is this. He's simply, no matter what Proctor says, right, it's going to end up that the jury's going to learn he's terminated for his work on this case, right? He's going to learn he's terminated, and in that learn he's terminated, he's going to the finding of the Massachusetts State Police Noble, who's now the superintendent, he's now the head guy, right? Is that he was the lead detective? How does that make you? How does that make you? Anything but really awful. Okay, just if you're and then you got to wonder. But we'll see what the defense does. Classic Clippy, a personal objective. Are you enrolled? I'm a penny astronaut. Are you seriously? I just pulled that out of thin air. I mean, I went up there and I saw astronauts and I just pulled it out of thin air. Okay, no, I'm not enrolled and I'm pending astronaut. What I am is a wannabe poker player. Okay. And I'm a definite shopper. All right, those are my two avocations here, along with being a lawyer. And I can't count this as being a lawyer because, as you know, I still have an active law practice. I just have great co-counsels and partners who do a lot of the I don't say scut work, the backup work that's needed in these cases. But to sit there and put together documents for a week or a month, they're fabulous at it. They're just fabulous, and to write things. And I do the overall pictures. There we are. And then I want to do trials. That's all I want to do. But most cases settle with me. Most people settle with me. So let's see what else we have here. Well, it's 4:01. So let me pick one final question. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to end with this one for now, because then we're going to come back at 6 o'clock. And by the way, all 1,800 of you or more that are watching, if you're coming in from X Twitter, please also hit the like and the subscribe on YouTube so that we get credit for your watching here on this network. We have moderators who work so very hard to put together these shows for you and to find documents. And as I said, who found all the Texas documents in the Glover case, which we're going to go through tonight. And we're also, as one of you pointed out, I forget who it was, that Aperture bought the top tier table in the Massachusetts State Bar annual dinner in May, right? They're looking for business. Uh-oh. I'm not sure they're going to get it. Why? I guess because they figured they'd buy it because they were here in Massachusetts and they felt they had an in with the prosecutors, right? I'm not sure that was a good decision right now. I don't think many attorneys in Massachusetts are going to be calling upon them, even prosecutors. I doubt they're going to be calling upon them. So we're going to go over these documents, but I want you to hit that like, share, subscribe button. Now we're already going to be portaled into the 6 o'clock show. And I'll be back. I have to pick out some more exhibits, shall we say, as if I'm trying a case. And I'll be back with the help of Diz and Missy to present them to you and to take your questions. I thought this would be a good night to take your questions for the hour show. Karen Laughlin. So let me end with this before I end with a little mini rant. Karen Laughlin, the whole trial with judge, prosecution, shady experts, and witnesses is a mess. Yes, it's a mess. Because the prosecution has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They don't have the burden to prove a case or attempt to prove a case or to try a case because they want a win. That is not their duty. It is the duty of the defense to represent their client to the best of their ability, right? It's the duty of the prosecution to seek justice. And seeking justice does not mean that you put phony experts on the stand when you know they're phony. You have a duty to pull that expert. You had a duty, Your Honor, Judge Kenney, to not let that expert to continue to testify. You knew and you were trapped in a corner that expert had lied in federal court and that you should not take serious, you had to take seriously. But really, to allow this testimony to go before a jury, to allow Dr. Welcher, who is a bigwig in Aperture, to come before you, knowing that he's going to be putting his report in on testimony from somebody who's a credential falsificator. That sounded almost like something else, but that's what he is. He falsified his credentials, no doubt in my mind. I don't care how many times you can say, well, that was my intended. You attended BS. You didn't attend a Bachelor of Science. You attended BS, Shanon. Okay. And if you want to come on this show, we'll be happy to have you. And you can take questions for all of our viewers. But I don't think you have the courage. I think you are a coward. And I think you're just going after somebody you thought was an easy target, Karen Reed. And you wanted to interject yourself because you want to sell your new abilities that you're touting on your ex-Twitter page, which I'm surprised is still there, that you are the only one that can be a wizard. And you're so happy when people call you a wizard because you can find the data that no one else can. It seems, it appears. And that's why you're now, according to you, you now lecture. You're now a star. You wanted to be a star. Well, sir, you are a star, but you're one that's not a shooting one. You're one that's fallen to the ground. So we will see you tonight. We'll talk more about Shanon Burgess, Burgers and Bites. We'll talk more about Aperture and their duty tonight. Please hit the like button, the share, subscribe. I'm Linda Kenney Baden. I will see you at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Riding flames, they charge with mine.